Well, hello everybody. Once again, my name is Nick Teixeira, and we're watching more coverage of BullShooter Europe 2024, which should be a fantastic matchup here in our Team Cricket Pro semifinals. And we got Los Fulanos versus Unions here for this one. Now, for all my friends across North America, they're probably wondering what the heck are we even watching? Well, let me tell you, it's something a little bit different that they run over here. So this is going to be a team cricket. Difference between team cricket and regular cricket is there's two people per side. So think of it like split score cricket. But on the other end there, both people on your team have to have the number closed up before appointing on the subsequent number. Vice versa, both players on the other team have to close the number for the number to be closed out. So we're going to see a very different strategy than we're used to seeing here today. I'm excited for this. Team Unions is going to be basically our team Belgium from last night. If you guys remember that from the international, or sorry, the national teams event. Los Fulanos is going to be partially from a team of Spain. Now, this is a best of five format here, but it's actually played on two boards at the same time. So it's going to be a little different than what we're used to seeing there. So I'm excited to be watching coverage of this one. So you can see them discussing the strategy here, deciding what they want to do. So again, just remember that it's going to be Los Fulanos on one side here, which is going to be, I believe, the home side. I will also want you guys to definitely give me a little bit of hand if I ever get some player names backwards or anything like that. Just know I'll be trying my best here to be keeping up with that one. So that was Team Unions on the home side, excuse me, and then the visitor side right here. This is going to be Los Fulanos stepping up here. So you can see right now they have control of the 19s. They're down in points, fighting against the 17s here. So once they get the point lead, they're going to probably consider trying to take some shots at the close here because both players have to close it. So they're going to both need to get a couple marks on it early on. But defending the high ground, you're going to notice they're right now just staying on those 19s for the time being. Well, the thing is, one player can score up, one player can focus on closing, and then once one player closes that number, you can kind of swap roles. The strategy would be a little different. I've never commentated something like this. I think I've only ever played it in a bar after dark. So this is going to be a little different than normal. So just a heads up there. It's also basically prevents one player from kind of leading the whole fray. Both players need to be fairly even, all things considered. So you can see on the attack here, grabs the 17s and then back over to the 19s there, since they can't be close until his partner closes them out. See some friendly faces. Jay's back in the chat. Welcome back, Jay. We got Inger Lisa or Lisi. Welcome in. Hello, hello, and welcome everyone else. I see a couple hundred of you guys tuning in across Europe and North America. Well, hello, everybody. So right now, Fulanos is going to want to try to get more points on the board on these 19s. And they're going to actually go for the close right here, knowing that both players still have to close their respective number. Okay, I do like this strategy here. And you see, so now the 17s are closed for both teams. But since two different players still have to close the 19s, they can only get so much progress on it. So they're going to actually grab the 15s first, get a new number to point on. Can't point on it anymore. And so you see, since there was no more points to be grabbed, the dart was already closed, but the partner didn't have it closed. He had to move over to the 19s. Very, very interesting. Oh, that's good to know, David. I actually had no idea. This is my first time seeing an event like this. So this is going to be a little confusing for me for a little bit. And if you guys hear me stumbling on my commentary more than normal, that is why I am watching and learning along with you guys. So we're going to treat this more of as a casual commentary, some couch commentary with less armchair general behavior out of me, if you're following along. See, the 19s are still owned by the visiting team here. We're going to want to start taking some marks here at the 15s and 16s, but there's no immediate need to, right? I mean, in theory, you could just keep pointing up. There's that 400 point upper limit since it is a combined score. And because there's also going to be more turns where you can't do much else other than points, knowing that you and your teammate have to basically be on the same page. David saying it's fun and a pain at the same time. Yeah, this looks like one of those things where I would definitely be down to try once or twice though. I like this format. I also love that they run the Hammer Cricket tournament out well. I love seeing the range of formats. So you can see right now, this player can do nothing else except right now attack the bulls. There's nothing else their darts can do. You can't point on any of the subsequent numbers or close any of them out because of where their partner is at. So this flop is just going to be on the attack now, knowing that they have the advantageous position. So right now, this gentleman is trying to close up all those numbers going into the bulls here, and is going to set up his partner to do the same. Steven, this is in Spain. This is going to be, and I'm going to pronunciation of where this is being held. So please do not mind that. But it's going to be in Salou. So it's going to be like an hour south of Madrid, I believe. Salou. So yeah, this is going to be held in Spain there, Steven. Do appreciate all you guys tuning in. If you guys have any questions or just want to chat along with us, say hi to us in the chat here as we have good coverage of this. So 19s are closed. He tries to grab the 15s as well, giving his partner the options of pointing on the 15s and 16s there for unions. Right now, you expect the 16s to be grabbed here, is what I would have to imagine be this first start. Yeah, it goes on the 16s. Can now point on the 16s if he so chooses, or might go ahead and try to attack the 15s here to set up his partner for the close. Setting up his partner for the close. He's staying on it, trying to move. He's well over on that line now compared to where he originally started. And just gets a single. So that means the 15s can't be closed by his partner quite yet. So now we're going to get into a 15-16 point battle here for a second. So you can see both 15s are closed for the home team here. So it does not regain the point lead quite yet. Might want to consider staying. The only other darts that he could throw there would be at the bulls. And if you grab the bulls, you're potentially setting your partner up for winning darts, or you're potentially setting yourself up to play from behind on the bulls here just because of that team aspect. Again, this is half the match. The other half of the match actually just concluded leg number 1 on the sideboard there. I unfortunately won't know which team was able to grab that leg. I'm going to try to ask for my friends on the inside here. I'm kind of watching. I can see their game screen, but can't exactly see who's throwing on that board there. So I can see the 16s to close down. So we're down to the 15s here in this game. The team from Spain, the visiting team here, gonna need to get rid of these 15s. So a single 15 and then onto the bulls for this gentleman. There we go. So Los Fulanos won the first game over there on the sideboard. So they're currently up 1-0. Again, this is a best of 5. They're playing half the match on one board, half the match on the other for the sake of time. Just because this game can lend itself to being all 15 rounds of 400 plus points. That's just kind of the inherent nature of playing this like team split cricket like this. You can see gentlemen right here going to grab some more points in the 15s while they're still able to be pointed on. No need to rush to the bulls yet. So now 15s are closed out. Now on to the bulls. Wants to grab at least a double, needs a double. And that's going to be detrimental because now they're giving the other team a chance here to get everything closed up before they can start pointing on said bulls. Needs to find 3 to set up his partner for a game shot. Can you get a double in there? Oh, well thrown dart, but just 2 bulls. So to go ahead and just pushing the button there since there was no eligible darts to be thrown. Here, you expect unions to try to just grab the 2 bulls here. Again, nothing else this player can do except grab 2 bulls. Grabs 1, needs 1 more. Grabs 1 more. Going to go ahead and hit the button here. Now you can see it's going to player 4. 1 bull needed to close, and then 3 subsequent ones to get up. So 4 bulls. There's 2. There's four. How about that shot there? As Los Fulanos is up 2-0 in this one. Currently looking at a top four matchup here, guys. So top four. This is the pro bracket, which is the highest. I know there's also a masters bracket, but pro is actually higher than masters bracket here. So just a heads up on that one. Threw me for a loop for a second. I was like, whoa, what's going on? So yeah, you can see Los Fulanos is up 2-0 on Unions. And now they're going to both start their second leg there. They're going to see a little mix up of who's playing on which board. And both will play out. If both legs go to Unions, then all four will meet on the same board and play together in a 4-on-4 shootout for that final leg. So quick board change here between the players. So your Los Fulanos team here is going to be Jose, Juan, Luis, and Martin. And Unions here is going to be Alexandre, Kevin, Leonard, and Nicholas. Then on the other side of the top four, our best guys, which is going to be R, Telef, Thor, and Vebjorn. And then entree darts there's that's going to be Antonio, Celestiano, Javier, Raul, and Ricardo. So that's going to be your top four teams there. Well, this is the first team to try to get into the seed. This is a double elimination bracket. The rest of the bracket currently playing in 7th, 8th position. So moving along extremely consistently across the board here. Well, Paul in the chat saying that's a different way for team cricket. Yeah, this is definitely threw me for a loop when they asked me to commentate team cricket. And they're like, no, we meant like team cricket, the game. And I'm like, oh, very fascinating. So yeah, a little bit different here. Gary, aka Skittles, asking, you had 19s and didn't try to score. Yeah, there's going to be some questionable things on some of the strategy decisions here. I don't know how used to the European audience, how used they are to playing this format. So that's going to be one of the other things. Is it's just kind of hard to read the board and extrapolate the best shot, knowing how different the game is, especially with both players having to have the number closed up before they can subsequently score. Well, here we go. So it's going to be, it looks like Unions to start us off here. So Unions, this is going to be Leo, Leonard from Unions. And you can see until both players have it closed out, there's nothing that they can do. So that first player's job is just close as many numbers as they can. So same thing here. This is going to be Los Fulanos, currently up 2-0 in this best of 5. If the leg finishes quick over here or on the other board, either one of those legs goes to Fulanos, the match is over, done and dusted. So if they stop playing in the middle, it's because they won on the other board here. Just a heads up on why that might be the case. So you can see, trying to grab the 20s. Doesn't grab it closed there, so they won't be able to point on those 20s yet. And right now, player 4, honestly, I would prefer him to grab the 19s here. I'm not sure why he would start the 20s, because his partner already has the 19s closed, and you want to set them up so they can try to start scoring immediately. Basically, one player focus on scoring per turn, one player focus on closing, and you alternate. Would be what I would assume to be a pretty ideal strategy. Again, never play this game for any competitive levels. So this is going to be a little bit different. Yeah, I kind of want to try a leg of it this way. You can see right now, if Fulanos grabs the 20, so now they can start pointing on them. And he's going to stay up there and grab a beautiful 7 mark. You can see Unions here, player 3. He's going to probably have to focus on grabbing the 19s here. Going over to the 17s, just trying to get, I think he's afraid of the 19s being closed too soon and trying to just grab different numbers. It's going to be one of those strategies where I don't really think that pays off. You and your teammate have to just agree, here's the number we're attacking. We need to get points on the board here. Because as soon as you get some points on the board, you kind of expect the teams to focus on just closing down and trying to run away and going for white horses left and right. Jay asking, can you explain why they changed players? Easily enough. This is actually a 4-on-4 event, but 2 players are playing on one board and 2 players go on the other board there. So they're actually playing this match. Basically, they're playing the match on 2 different boards at the same time to try to speed up how fast the match goes. And they rotate the players in between the boards. They don't necessarily have to rotate, but they just have to I'm sure that the formatting of which board they have to play on is written out on their playing sheet there. So that's why it's a little bit different. You're going to see them rotate, but again, it's actually a 4-on-4 event, just played in 2 doubles at a time. So Unions was attacking the points there. I going up for the 18s and then last there. I really don't think it makes much sense knowing that this player behind can just close these 17s immediately. He's going to try to do that. Yeah, he gets it done there. So now the 17s are closed. That last start at the 17s for Unions could have added another 51 points. Instead, was an attempt at the 18s, which are wide open currently. You see the 18s are grabbed and the 19s there. No points were scored because the other partner has not closed it yet. Right now, Fulano seems to be out in front pretty well here. See, just going up and grabbing more points and just full control of the dartboard here at the moment. They own the 20s, the 19s, and they're working on the 18s here. And unfortunately, this gentleman right here for Unions just seems to be struggling. Does grab the 18s, is going to stay there for some points, and does find a 7 mark, helping try to keep the run alive. Just trying to grab the 18s here to get the close. Leaves them wide open. So big opening here. So basically, Leo's going to focus on from Belgium, trying to get as many points as he can on these 18s here. He's going to tell his buddy, "Hey, go close those 20s in at 19s." That would be at least an approach I would assume is going to be taken. Even they can reapproach with the point lead or near the point lead. So Falanos goes ahead and tries to regain this point lead. Needs one more trip. A single won't do. And does hit it, but this could be a big moment here to kind of put some pressure on this. I wouldn't mind seeing the 20s go away here, needing 2 singles to make that happen. It's going to stay there. Doesn't regain the point lead yet. Does find a 5 mark here. So the thing is, it's just going to alternate between the player that needs to be focused on closing, the player that needs to be focused on pointing, and that's going to be the hard part of like 1-2 attack. So right there, he attacks the close from behind the points, but Leo from Unions right now, the only thing he can do is focus on grabbing the 16s and 15s. He can't grab any points, which is why that's a good shot. So you can see he's all the way down to bulls there with nothing else to do except grab 3 bulls. Falanos here can just go ahead and regain their point lead on this turn now, which they do so in the first dart. He's going to add a little bit more here. How about a 9 mark there? First one of the stream today. Good shot there. So this gentleman needs to grab a 16 or a 15. Needs to get something for his partner to start pointing on. Grabs a 4 there, which does help because it gives them some territory. But now both these players are going to be on the attack on the 16s here for Falanos. 16s are attacked. Now onto the 15s. Just goes ahead and tries to grab some more points on the 19s there. Nothing wrong with that shot. More points in a format like this. I mean, there's a reason why it's a 400-point limit. This is supposed to be a format where one player lays on points, one player lays on closes, and you alternate. Just 2 bulls there grabbed, as that was the only. Well, that isn't true. He could have grabbed the 16s there. I don't agree with going at the bulls, but I almost think that's a resonation of leg. I think his partner even said something to him there. He said, "Hey, you know, you could have shot that a little differently." So now relegated to just the 15s here. Gonna need to get him closed and pointed. There's the close. There's some points, a little bit more. Gets the 7 mark in there, but you have to imagine the control has been lost. 3 15s needed here to start the close. Yeah, there that is. Grabbing some more points. Yep, up to the 20s there. Now Leo's just going to be focused on grabbing some 15s here, I would imagine. Yeah. Grabs the 5 mark in there, but it's not going to be enough. As now the player going second here, Martin, can just go up and grab 2 15s and then move on to the Bulls here. Might grab points in this last start, might go Bull. Does decide to go Bull. Either one was correct there. So now push back to the Bulls. Jumping right here is going to need a hat trick at least. If he doesn't get the Bulls closed, this leg is basically resigned. Yeah, because now both players here will basically get a shot for the hat trick to close it out. There's 2 Bulls. There's one more up to points because there's nothing else to shoot. Goes over there. Now this partner from Unions needs one a Bull here, and then he's just going to hit the button. Let's grab it on the last start there. And for Falanos to finish it off, just going to go ahead and get 3 Bulls here to get a 3-0 win on this one, as the other board is still playing out pretty much at the end of the game as well. Not quite yet across that finish line. So Unions gets one last chance to get some shots in here. It's going to need 6 Bulls and then some. Yeah, just 2 Bulls there. Player 4 here, all they can do is score points since the Bulls are not fully close on their team. So they're just going to go up there and try to pound it a bunch. David saying this game can piss you off. Yeah, absolutely. I can understand that one because it's one of those things where if it's like the freeze rule in 501, you feel like you did nothing wrong, yet you never got a shot. And that's kind of how it can be with this, right? You and your partner have to be in sync and throw together. 1 Bull needed. Bolanos does get it in a 3-0 win on your semifinal here. So you can see some handshakes happening there as they will get the job done. They're not even going to finish out the game on the other board, I would presume, as this one will be done and dusted. And we will be moving on to our next top 4 match that they're going to sign here in just a moment. Yeah, it's already assigned. Look at that. Our friend Augustine in the background doing God's work. So that's going to be Entree Darts versus our best guys for this one. And I'm excited to see how this matchup will go. So, guys, we're going to go ahead and get set up for our next round here, our next match. I am Nick Share bringing you coverage of this one with my friend Augustine in the background on the controls. If you guys have any questions, want anything, need anything, well, just stay here, stay tuned. You'll find it out. And we're going to continue to watch some very great darts. Be back in just a moment's time with our next semifinal match. Well, alrighty, everyone. Looks like they're ready to get back in the action. Well, so are we, as we're in for what should be another great semifinal matchup here. This will be our best guys from Norway over facing against Entree Darts there from Spain for this one. Now, we just did watch a matchup here of this team cricket event. I feel like I have a way better grasp. But anyway, that watched me struggle bus through that last match on commentary side, just know I think I had a better handle of what's going on now. And I do appreciate some of the comments here kind of helping explain things to me and talk things out. So do appreciate that, guys. So we're excited to be bringing you coverage of this one here. Again, this is a semi-final match here to see who plays Los Flawless. Oh my gosh, I just butchered that. Los Fulanos, excuse me, into that King Seat match here. Excited to see this again. 4-on-4, two people playing on one board, two people playing on the board to the side there. That is what we're going to be looking at. Race to 3 legs, best of 5. As I see some gentlemen in the background here. Yeah, peace sign there. Give us a flex, boys. If you're watching, give us a flex. Give us a wave. See you guys in the blue shirts standing back there. Welcome in. And to everyone watching from the comfort of their homes or anywhere else across the world, be happy to be bringing you coverage. There we go. Oh, hey there, boys. How's it going? We can see you. Oh, my goodness. Well, yeah, this should be fun stuff, guys. Again, Team Cricket going to be a little different than what we're used to watching, but boy, am I excited to see it. Good stuff there, indeed. There's the flex. They're having some fun with it. Oh, good stuff, boys. Good stuff. Yeah, let us know who you're cheering for in this one. Norway representing against Spain. He's now bringing over another friend to say, hey, look, we're on the live stream. That is awesome. Oh, my goodness. Well, hello, friend in the green shirt. Welcome in. I am Nick to share your commentary here for this one with my friend Augustine in the background on the controls. Looking at the rest of the bracket here is that they psyched me out here by starting to hit the buttons saying that they were about to get ready. But not quite yet. So yeah, it looks like we're already into the 5th, 6th. The only other 5th, 6th match that has not started playing yet is waiting on the loser of this match. And I do like the team name for the other team. Their name is Joke Team. As in, this is a joke. We don't know what's happening. Well, you're in the top 6 of a pretty big event here, so you must know something. But yeah, here we go. Pretty excited to see how this one will play out. Those look like they're just taking an extra warm-up dart or two. They might not be quite ready on the sideboard or just getting ready on the sideboard as well. I have to remember that this is going to be a split matchup. As I see Iris in the chat saying, go Norway. You can see that in there. We see Gel in there tagging Thor. Uh, Here we go. We're going to be getting underway. They just said the sideboard as well. Time to see what Norway's for us. You're going to see attacking the closes early here because you can't point on your first turn. With this format here, both players on the same score must have the number closed before any points are grabbed. So 2-on-2 crickets, very, very interesting to see here, and I'm excited to see how this one will play out. Entree Darts here to get things going now. Just takes the 19s on the first dart, and now grabs the 20. I do like the invert around the 20s there and let them get the first chance to just close you out and waste your first or first closes. So, and they're saying go Norway. We're seeing a lot of love for Norway in the chat. Love to see it. To get a chance to see some of these Norwegian players play in our matchups yesterday for the national teams event. Oh, and that's such an unfortunate last dart there for Norway. Not getting close there, meaning that his partner can't grab points on a subsequent turn here. 19s are going to attack. Oh, he grabs the 20s first. Bold move, Cotton. Needs to grab these 19s for his partner. See, I disagree with that first turn, the way he shot that, because now neither teams have the 20s successfully closed. No team is able to score points. And if he used that triple on the 19s instead, it would have been more advantageous. I don't know. And yeah, nothing that player could do except continue to grab closes there with this format. So 19s and 18s there. Now, single 20, I expect to be grabbed here and then grab some points on the 20s from that point on. Yeah, grabs the first start 20. Gonna try to fit one more in there. He does get a 5 mark. Getting some points on the board for Entree Darts. So now Gonna be forced to try to grab the 19s to set up the partner for points. I don't even agree with grabbing the. That turn probably should have been spent at the 18s there. And yeah, sure, if you trip it, you can get some points. But same thing if you shot the 18s. Only a single 19 here is needed to grab that number away. Seems like some wasted effort if you ask me. But again, I am no expert on this game or format. So obviously, if I am calling something and you guys are at home saying, no, we play this all the time and you're crazy, please let me know. Going to continue attacking the closes here. This gentleman has not been able to shoot up points once yet. Almost getting a white horse in there. You can see he's kind of just rushing along through the game here because, again, there's nothing else he can do. His only job is to get closes until he has a number he can point on. 18s are grabbed here. And he goes back up to the 20s to add some points. Do you like that shot there? I expect this gentleman here, he's going to have to attack the 17s, 16s, or 15s. More likely the 17s out of those three. Oh, he placed it on top of the bed. It's going to be tough to get the close. Yeah, you can see how that deflected and crosses flights there. I almost wish you would have moved over just to find a better flight path from the get-go. Might shoot a double here. You probably have to shoot a double. David saying it's almost about setting up your partner more than setting up for yourself. A lot of strategy in this format. Yeah, I would absolutely agree. If you shoot the wrong shot, your partner can't do anything on their subsequent turn. Big six mark there found. And right now, I think Andre Darts is just playing the better strategy. Tier in chat saying Thor is a former European champion. Yeah, the name sounds extremely familiar, so I'm excited to see. I will say I do have a lot of North American bias being out of Florida, but I've been learning so much about these players here since yesterday when they started bringing me in for this event, and I am so excited to continue learning more. So I appreciate any of the insights. You can see some good grabs there. Entree goes ahead and grabs the 17s in their favor as well. So now they have 17s, 18s, and 20s. They grabbing the 16s to try to get some points on the board here. Just goes low. Yeah, right now, not much our best guys can do. Expect the 16s to be attacked. That is what he's going for. Trying to find a better angle after that first dart. Completely blocked out. There's no way. Yeah, he tries to force it in. I was like, there's no way you're finding that line there. I can't even see the bed at that point. On to the Bulls. This gentleman has not been able to point once this game. And that's kind of what lends to the format is sometimes your hands are just completely tied for no fault of your own. Mackie in the chat saying, awesome. Well, I agree. Thank you for tuning in. 15s are on the board. And then just going over, they're just trying to grab the 16s there for Entree. That's the only number needed for both players before they can move on to the Bulls. They already have a 4-house advantage, which is not really easy to do in this format. Looks like Entree Darts did win on their sideboard, so they're about to have a 2-0 lead in this one. So they will get the first leg on the board again. This is going to be split up between the two boards there. Sorry for that moment of silence as I was just trying to get that scoreline on the other board there. Thank you to Augustine in the background for getting that one over to me as I tried to take a peek and I accidentally broke everything. So yeah, there we go. Full control so far for Entree Darts. Jeffrey saying Jerry Porter's our rep for Pioneers, so go USA. Yeah, I'd love to see the USA players make a run over there. Really good to see a very different USA team than what we have been used to seeing, and it was cool to see some different players represent the flag. One more bull needed. I'm back onto the points here. Grabs the points. So we're 3 bulls away from a 2-0 lead in this one. Yeah, with just the 2 bulls grabbed there. Not much else left to do. 3 bulls for entree. Grabs 1. Grabs 2. One more. How about the hat trick there to get things wrapped up in a 2-0 lead? So now they're going to start again. There's another set here and on the sideboard as well, because again, that team is split up. They might rotate which players are on which board, but they're going to get things going here pretty much immediately. And if one of the legs is won by Entree Darts, it doesn't matter where the other one's at. It would be effectively over. Don't worry, guys. There is no earthquake. It just seems our tripod likes to get kicked. So do apologize about that one. But if anything, it's just the camera nodding in agreement that we're in here for some great darts. Yeah, David, date conflicts are always the worst when they happen. Just one of those unfortunate things. And also, trying to find the right audiences for different tournaments. Because obviously, uh, you know, I, I was out in Vegas for that event and would also love to be out here for this one here in Europe. So I'm actually just at home remotely doing the easy work while all the boots on the ground there for the Iraqi team are doing the hard work this go around. But yeah, it's always nice when things don't conflict with each other because then you can maximize every event to go to. Um, but here we go. Excited to get things going here. And you can see a lady come over there with a really nice hat trying to give some words of encouragement to Team Norway. They put a quick pause on there. Looks like they're just waiting to make sure that the ordering and format's correct or if the sideboard is correct. And just giving them a quick second to make sure to pause the other board as well here. We're going to go ahead and just give a quick little reset. I think one of the players might have needed a quick break, or maybe they just had the wrong guy on the wrong board. One of those situations. I can see a lot of love for Norway in the chat here. So love to see that. Where's all my friends that love our players from Spain here? I want to see you guys in the chat as well. Just a reminder while they are currently getting things set up here on the Our Best Guys team is R, Talef, Thor, and Vebjorn. And on Entree Darts, it's going to be Antonio, Celestiano, Javier, Raul, and Ricardo. So that's going to be your names there for those players. And now we are underway here. They just had to get that quickly sorted out. So Our Best Guys starting things off grabs the 20s down to the 19s to get things going. And now you can see Entree is going to be on the attack, grabs the 19s first, and then up to the 20s. And again, I like the inverse style of shooting here. Now, this player should go ahead and try to support by grabbing the 20s as well. Needs to get this closed and does get it closed. And not going to be happy with that. You can see from his face, but it's still a big close nonetheless. Now you can see the 19 should be attacked here for Spain. They're going to try to grab some points on the board. And I don't expect them to make any moves off it. Yeah, grab 7 on there. Good stuff. So now back up to the 20s for some points here. You can see he extends that dart all the way out before bringing it back. It is so hard when you start your dart that far from your head and then you bring it back almost to your shoulder. There's so much movement that could potentially shake off your dart and affect your release point. That's a hard stroke to have. Continuing to attack the 19s here, grabbing more points on the board. The hard part about this format is knowing when it is correct to take the shot upstairs and close the number, or downstairs, depending on which perspective you're looking at here. Basically, you have to get yourself almost to an insurmountable point lead before taking any looks. So there he takes a look, but the point lead's so narrow, and I really feel like that didn't help that much compared to what those darts could have rather been spent on. 19s here, I would consider the move off after probably about a 6 mark. He gets a 4. Yeah, he's going to stay. Grabs the 7. You see there, now they're putting themselves in the point lead where they could potentially come to the board with a multi-mark advantage. Unless they continue to find the trip 20. Plenty of room to work with that one. Oh, but he went the wrong direction with it. Needs to work it inside, needs to find one trip. Doesn't do so. So now with this board say, I would absolutely consider at least attacking it. With this player only need 2 marks on the 20, I think you have to go on the attack here. He's frustrated with these darts. Going left and right. Not happy with them. Again, I feel like setting his partner for the close there might have been the better play. It's a tough call. It is an absolutely tough call. I will say the other game is going at breakneck pace over there. Pretty much already down to the bottom of the board, corner pockets, 16s and 15s. This one's a little bit more of a traditional point battle here. You can see right now, Entree looking a little unsettled, all things considered. You're gonna have both teams are honestly just gonna have to regroup and try to focus on making some changes in the strategy here and try to get the number away from the other guy. Only grabbing 2 singles. He takes a look down and does grab the shot in the 19s there. I understand he wasn't feeling the 20s, but maybe it's also in this format, the high ground isn't nearly as important as it is just having a number for your team to grab. You can see in inverse there, Andre goes ahead and starts to close the 20, putting pressure, but knowing that both these numbers are 1 shot away from being closed. The 19s can get closed with just 2 singles here. So a trip 20 and 2 single 19s. Yeah, it gets the trip. You have to take the shot at the 19s. Oh, and I don't agree with that. You had the point lead with the opportunity to close. And there you only found the singles. Now you're leaving them another opportunity to grab the points. I think that might be strategical error in this. Yeah, now the 20s are gone and the point lead is fully had. Entree Darts is flipping this on its head. All because of a single 19 more being needed. Gonna have to just be on the closes now. Wants to find this trip 17 here. Just gets a single on it. And now, I mean, for all intents and purposes, Entree can score up as much as they want. They can start attacking more closes here. Gonna try to be grabbing some points. We do know the internet is a little bit choppy here with our feed. We're trying our best with what we got. Unfortunately, just one of those things where there's only so much that we can have inside our control. So just a heads up with that one, guys. Single 19 grabs. So now they got the 19s closed, but they have no numbers to point on. And he needs to grab a trip 18 here. And he doesn't. So his partner will have nothing to point on either. Well below the margins. They're finding a trip 13. You can definitely tell he's feeling the pressure of the situation here. It does look like they're getting down to the very end of the game there. Both teams kind of off to the races to get across the finish line. It does look like, though, the Entree Darts might get the leg there, and it might just be done and over. Yeah, it looks like they're about 2 bulls away from winning this match here. They might not need to play out the rest of this game. We are streaming on Facebook and YouTube. Do you want to let you guys know over at BullShooter Sports Network on YouTube? I know majority of our audience is watching along on Facebook, so we do appreciate each and every one of you for giving us the love and support in the chat here. And I know a lot of you guys like putting the YouTube on your phones, devices, and smart TVs. So put us up on TV, chat with us on your cell phone. And it does look like, I believe this one might be over. I think Entree just got the win there on the other board. Waiting for confirmation before ending this leg here. They might just go ahead and play it out, but they, in theory, shouldn't need to play it out if it is a 3-0 win. You can see just continuing to attack the closes, knowing that they have the advantageous position for Entree. Needs to grab the 16s here, and then goes up and grabs the close on the 18s, then back to the 60s there. It's a good shot, but probably would have preferred just the order to be different. Two at the 16 before the shot at the 18 there. You can see they're just going to focus on getting a new grounds to start grabbing points on. So big single 50 on this last start. Yeah, you can see he just played that last start pretty conservative there. See, wants to grab the shot at the 15s there. I and while you're the only team that has numbers to point on, I feel like you need to be focusing on adding the points to it. Nita saying Vebjorn has just played for 5 or 6 years. I don't remember if I'm wrong, and then tagged Iris there. So to be only playing for a few years, and to be playing at this high of a level is quite the prestige there, all things considered. But I do think this match is done and dusted. I'm just waiting for this one to get to the final point here. But I believe on the sideboard, Entree Darts has already won. In either case, they are set to pretty much wrap up this leg in their favor, barring a couple big shots here. You see that first start needed to find the trip over to the 15, but he went outside and then does grab the double. You need to grab the close there if you're going to take that shot. One more 16. 16s are gone. And then onto the Bulls there. And yeah, I feel like, again, Norway there probably could have grabbed a few more points before considering that move to the 15, knowing that they only needed a 2 mark on the other side to get it closed. Big 15 on this last start. And he goes outside. Yeah, that must be pressure. That must be pressure. But it might all be for naught as we're going on to the Bulls here. Does get the Bulls close back to the 15s for points. Solid round there. So 3 Bulls is all that this gentleman's able to shoot here. Nothing else is eligible for him to attack. Yeah, just got confirmation there. Looks like this match is already over as Entree did win on the other board there, which means that no matter what happens in this one, it should be a 3-0 victory. Technically a 4-0 victory because they played this one out. And they get it there. And you can see it is done and dusted for that one. So a 3-0 win for Entree Darts to move on to the team 3-0'd as well in their semifinal match. So this should be a really good Kingsley match here. Los Fulanos versus Entree Darts here for this one. And basically an all Spain matchup. What else would you expect when the tournament is in Spain? I'm excited to see this one, and I'm excited to continue bringing you coverage. I am Nick Teixeira, bringing you commentary here. The Kingsley match is going to be our next one on our stream board, and it'll be up in just a moment's time. So don't go far, folks. We'll be right back at the action in just a moment's time. Alrighty, everyone. It looks like we are in it to the fray on this one as we are about to get underway for our King Seat matchup. Los Fulanos versus Entree Darts for this one. I am Nick Teixeira with my friend Augustine in the background helping on the controls as well. We are watching the BullShooter Europe 2024 finals as this is the Team Cricket Pro King Seat. Two scores on one side, two scores on the other here. Really good stuff we're about to see. Very different format for those that weren't tuning in earlier. You guys are going to be watching this and being like, what the heck's going on? And let me tell you, we're going to see some good stuff going on. That's what we're going to be having take place here. The gentlemen wearing X's on their shirts are going to be the representatives from Los Fulanos, and Entree Darts in the shirts in white. Now this match is played on two different boards. Two players for the team on one board, two players for the team on the other. Guillermo asking, having the good ones from Entree Darts left. I have no idea. All I know is that so far, Entree Darts and Los Fulanos in their semifinals match both went 3-0. So they both went undefeated in the semifinals. So this should be a good match, all things considered here. Pretty good stuff. So just a refresher, both players have to close before the other team before they can start scoring on it. Same thing for the other team. If they want number closed, both players have to get the number closed down. So you're going to see right now he's attacking the 20s up top, but you have to attack the 19s, I would imagine. Does get it close, but you want to set your partner up so that you can point on their next turn. So right here, going to attack the 19s since the 20s he cannot point on yet. Grabs the 18s there and then over to the 19. So does it in a little bit of an inverse order there. Probably would have preferred to grab at the 19 so you could set up for a close. You expect right here for Entree to grab some points on the board. They are going to grab some points on the board. How about that? A 9 mark for Entree Darts. Beautiful stuff there going on. Again, this is your King Seat. Cassie Curry saying, wait, not on the same score? Okay, this is so weird but interesting. Yeah, this is very different. If you're from any of the North American audience at all, your head's going to explode like mine was. You should have heard my first game commentating this, which was about an hour ago, as I was thoroughly confused at what was going on. Yeah, so it's basically what you're going to notice is this is going to be one of the most frustrating or satisfying formats to play because it's all about setting up your partner shot. It's not about setting up your own shot. And 9 times out of 10, if you focus on only your own shot, it's just going to lead to catastrophic failure here. So you can see they're just going to continue. He got the 18s now. Now he can either point them to the start, and which he decides to do, or he can continue moving along here. Player 1 stepping up here for Los Fulanos. And right now, single 19, there's nothing he can point on, so he's just going to continue to close. His partner hasn't closed anything yet. So he's just going to focus on moving along. Not sure why he didn't elect to grab that single 19. Maybe just out of pure frustration. As again, we do know the internet is a little choppy, all things considered there on the other side of things. You have to realize this tournament's taking place in Spain. We're live streaming here in North America, and I'm over here in Florida. Fulanos now has 20s, 19s, and 18s in their control. So now this gentleman here is going to need to get something on the board. He's going to have to focus on the 17s because if he closes any of the upper numbers, they're going to just immediately get shut down because the other teams already has it closed. Needs to find a trip 17 here to set up his partner with a shot. And does find the trip 17. So even with Los Fulanos coming up, they cannot close the 17s in one turn. So yeah, he grabs it there. He's going to continue to move along here. Now he's grabbing more points. There is that 400-point limit. So it's not the 200-point limit you're used to seeing. With the team cricket style, typically games would be more advantageous to point heavily. See, just going to be able to grab as many 17s as he can. And he does do so. But you expect the 17s to go away this turn. With the showman stepping up here, he'll get 3 clean darts to close the 17s and kind of put Entree Darts back into, or sorry, Los Fulanos back into a corner. Good stuff indeed. There does grab Los Fulanos. Gonna try to get a number open here. Grabs the 15. Does get the close there, so he's going to go over to the 16s now, I would presume. That's what he does. Try to set his partner up for an option on pointing on either the 16s or the 15s. Good round here, but two 16s needed to make the 16s a moot point. And they are closed up and pointed on. Over to the 15s. Goes high. He kind of says, that one floated away. Lano's here. Back against the wall. Gonna have to attack the 15s here. First start makes it real awkward. He has to move way over for it. Paul Rogers saying same score, but both members have a number to kill it. I have shot the qualifiers a couple of times, so I've shot this before. Yeah, this is one of those that's where it's like you either know it or you don't know it at all. And for me, it was one of those like I don't think I've ever played this outside of a bar setting late at night. So it's cool to see a different type of format here than what Reese is saying. I mean, they also run a hammer cricket event here in BullShooter Europe. So really cool to see. And Paul, to answer your question is if I'm getting time off, that means I'm not doing a good job getting gigs now, is it? Thank you all for tuning in. Do appreciate all the love and support in chat here. See, just trying to grab as many points as they can, the 15, but they know their back's against the wall. Let's bring it back within 60 points. But unfortunately, just kind of going wayward early on. The other board neck and neck going into the closing rounds there. 15s are done and dusted. Going to grab some points on this last start. No, he goes to the bull. So Entree Dart's looking pretty strong so far. I will say I don't expect this to be the world's cleanest of sweeps as we'll be honest, Entree Dart's one of the players, the player 3 player was the one struggling there. If he doesn't take as long to open up, I'm sure things kind of go into a different direction. It might be a closer fought battle. But until that happens, Los Fulanos just gonna have to sit idle as Entree Darts does what they're gonna do. Both of these teams from Spain makes up over half the attendance here for BullShooter Europe, as it is hosted in Spain. Although, I mean, between the Norwegians coming in, I mean, you had a bunch of people from just all over. You had 10 different countries in the national teams challenge. It was really cool to see. Does grab the hat trick there, but 2 bulls away for getting a leg on the board here. Does get it there. So Entree Darts with the first leg on the board, and I believe they just won on the sideboard as well. So that's going to be 2 legs up for them already, as they just won on the sideboard as well. Yeah, looks like that's the case here. Just confirming they're going to reorganize the teams before starting off this next leg. Augustine is in the background here helping with the sporting role. Yeah, I figured out my secret little overhead camera here on my sideboard, so I'm kind of watching both perspectives. Cassie Curry is saying, did anybody from USA come over for this? Yeah, we actually did have a Team USA in the national challenge there. So while these guys get set up here, let me pull up that list and I'll let you know. National teams there, which Spain did win, by the way. So they get an all expenses paid trip to the Chicago BullShooter. But Team USA this year, this is not the same Team USA that you saw picked for the Chicago World Stage, but for this event was Brad Wilson, Deb Porter, Jake Brower, Jerry Porter, Richard King, and Tammy Hansen for that one. Those were your USA representatives this year. They did not make it out of the round robin. That is correct, Paul. Unfortunately, they did not make it through. And Team Spain did end up winning, so they get all expenses paid trips to the Chicago for the World Finals there. Excited to see some more international representation. That's a big carrot on the stick. You get out round robin, you win 2 matches, and all of a sudden you're finding yourself thousands of miles away. It's really cool to see, and I'm excited to meet some of these players in person. But here we go. Starting off with our, I guess, second leg on the stream board, but it's currently 2-0. If Entree Darts here wins the leg, it is game over. It doesn't matter if it's on this board or the board on the side. So player one here, all they can do is focus on closing. They have no other eligible shots. But when you get just a 2 mark, he knows that his partner won't have a chance to grab any points either. So now you might see Los Falanos actually attack these 20s rather than the 19s here. Going to need to get it closed, though. And an early opening for both teams here. And now vice versa. Now you're going to see Los Falanos attack these 20s. Now on to the 19s. And wherever he wants, 18s. Finds a 7 mark there. Again, can't point until a number is close by both members. So all he could do there was close. Same thing here for this player. Starts with the 17s. I do agree 17s or 18s on that first start there. And how about both? Just knowing that the other team would have more work to do to try to get those closes done. Expect all 3 of these starts to be at the 20 here to grab as many points as possible. He's switching to the 19s here, and I don't agree with that, especially after the weak opening from him. I think he needs to settle in and grab some more points, especially knowing that they can't afford to lose this leg or else they're out of the match. You can see he grabs the 19s there instead of grabbing the 18s or 17s, not setting up his partner to really grab any points there. Very interesting strategical choices. Starting up at the 20s this go, though. Grabbing plenty of them. Might just stay there. Those are beautiful darts. No, he goes to the 18s and finds a 9 mark. How about that one? Oh, you're good, Paul. You can do it. You can do you. I don't mind some help answering questions in the comments. Here we go. See how this is attacked. Expect the 19s to be grabbed here to prevent pointing on them. Does grab some 20s up on the last start, maybe? No, he grabs 18s there, giving it for his team. That's a really good play there. One of those must-hit last starts if you shoot it like that. 17s are eligible to point. It's going to stay on it. Try to regain the point lead. How about a 7 mark there? Entree Darts and Los Falanos in full swing at the moment. A little bit of frustration as that was only a single collected there. No real progress made on closing it. So here you might expect some 20s to potentially be grabbed at some point in this throw. Whoa, a little bit of a gitchy dart, but still grab some points. He's debating, but looks like he's staying. Does grab an 8 mark there. He says, settle in. That's a good recovery there. The only reason I called for a potential 20 there is just to grab that ground from him, set his partner for an all closing turn. Basically, the strategy that we've kind of seen prevail the best so far into this one was if you grab the closes on one partner focuses on closing up numbers, the other focuses on pointing. If you find yourself both pointing, that means you're probably behind. So one more single 20, and then might grab points in this last start. Does grab a trip 17 there, basically setting his partner up to close the 20s on the next turn before going for points. Expect all these darts to be 18s or 20s here to grab as many points as they can for Los Falanos. Big triple on the last start there brings him back within 30 points. Still would probably be okay with him taking a shot at the 20, but at this point, maybe get the point first. No, he's going right at it. Does get it close in 3. It's going to be interesting now because they still have the 18s to point on. A triple gets in the point lead here. They're going to try to set up for a close potentially. He can't go for that close until he gets the point lead here. He has to set up his partner. Now he should take the look because his flights are crossed. That's a good shot there for Los Falanos. I want them to grab some points here. He's going on the attack still. I understand getting away their pointing number, but you're down in points. You have the 17s there, and they both just need 2 marks apiece to close. Expect 2 17s to be shot here and shot first. Grabs the 17s. Now back up to the 18s to grab some points. Yeah, and that's an expert shot there. That's exactly what they should do in that scenario. Lanos now has to stay down. Needs one more trip at least. Does find it to regain a 5-point lead there in dramatic fashion. Martin here stepping up. 2 17s needed for the close, so 3 mark is what he wants on this turn. Grabs the close. Now up to the points. Needs at least a single. Grabs the triple. How about that? One more of those. That is a big shot there. Entree Darts now playing on the back pedal, going over to the 16s or 15s. All this player can do is focus on closing this turn. 1 dart in hand, might go up to the 18s. Does go up to the 18s there after grabbing a close on the 16s, or starting a close, I should say. And you can see they're pressuring it on the 16s. So Entree Darts going to focus all 3 darts here on the 16. There's no other shot that really would make too much sense here. Needs to get a close on this last dart. That trip there, and it does add just a few points, which is helpful. Taking a look over here at our YouTube chat here. Sorry, guys, I haven't been glancing over here too much. Charles Moon asking, Nick, can you tell us more about quote unquote opening and quote unquote closing a number? Yeah, easily enough. So the inner ring there that you saw the gentleman just hit with all 3 of his darts there, finding a 9 mark is the triple segment, right? And same as in 501s, where 3 times the stated value. You have to hit a number 3 times before it is closed. So basically, if you look at the 20s and you hit 3 single 20s, that's a close. If you hit 1 triple 20, that's a close. Or vice versa. Opening is the same thing, is hitting 3 of the same number. Opening a number means that nobody has hit it yet, and you're opening it, basically meaning you can get points on it. Closing a number is basically saying, you know what, now that number's closed, nobody can get points on it. And then once both teams have hit a number 3 times, that number is closed. Now, it's a little different with team cricket because you have to have both players on the team do the same action. If that, I know it's really complicated to answer, but if you're one of those players that wants to know more about cricket in general, one of my favorite online tutorials is Callie West Garage Darts. Look up Callie West Garage Darts. She explains cricket, and I think that's a phenomenal way to kind of go about it there. I do believe Los Falanos did win on that sideboard there. I didn't actually get a chance to see the winning dart be thrown, but I believe that was. And if that's the case, we might be 2-2 here in this one very shortly. So yeah, Charles Moon again. Callie West Garage Darts. Look up the answer there. They better explain cricket than I ever can. No, it does look like on the other board there, Entree Darts did get the win. So that is going to be 3-1 win overall. And that's just because, again, the team is split. They're playing half the match on one board, half the match on another. So you can see the big hug here. Entree Darts will be your seat holders here for the Masters Team Cricket event. And, or sorry, excuse me, the Pro Team Cricket event. Oh my goodness gracious, the sleep deprivation is catching up to me. And yeah, we're going to be right into our 4th place match with our best guys, the team we already saw on our live stream here, which did beat out Joke Team in the 5th, 6th, going up against Espritanos. As I definitely butchered that pronunciation. Just a reminder, guys, I am from Ohio, so my Spanish is not en fuego. So that will be what's coming up next here is your 4th place match, then your 3rd place, and then on to the finals here. There's no time to be wasted, so please stay tuned as our next match will be up to the boards here in just a moment's time. I am Nick Teixeira, joined by my friend Augustine on the controls here, bringing coverage of BullShooter Europe 2024. Be back with our 4th place match in just a moment's time. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Nick DeShera, and looks like we are continuing our coverage here now into the fourth place match. Espartanos versus our best guys here. It's going to be your matchup here. We already seen our best guys on the stream once before. This is going to be R, the left, Thor, and Vibjorn for our team there for our best guys. Wearing, of course, the Norway shirt there that you can see with the flag and country. Uh, Espartanos there is going to be Alberto, Daniel, another Daniel Zapta, and Daniel Rodriguez, Manuel, and Samuel as well. So just remember, guys, this is a team-based event played across two different dartboards there. Half the team will be on one board, half the team will be on our sideboard here. Playing that team cricket format. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Let us know who you're cheering for. Are you cheering for Espartanos or our best guys here? You see, we have a lot of Norse viewers in the chat here. So welcome in. We are off to the races with this one. Attacking the 19s early here does grab the close on the 19s. Knowing that his partner failed to grab the 20s there, do like that switch up in strategy. As you expect the 20s to go in the favors here of Espartanos immediately. Does grab the close and 20 points there. So you expect the 19s to be on the menu here for Norway. Does grab him. Going to stay there for some points. Wouldn't mind a single 20. Might just stay there, though. Yeah, it does find a 3 in the bed there. A couple of these guys, if not a couple of these guys, did play for Team Norway. I know the gentleman that just threw there had that iconic hat that just says Sunday. I love it. Need to ask my friend Augustine over there on site. Hey, what can I do to get that hat? Because that hat's just so cool to me. I don't know why it is completely taking my focus. You can see he was trying to go ahead and grab the close in the 20s here, setting his partner to grab just a single mark. But now it's a lot of pressure because if he doesn't close in this last start here, he effectively wasted his turn. He does stay and doesn't close. So now his partner is going to have that same job. Right now, if you're Espartanos, you're just going to grab as many points as you can, knowing that the 20s are going to go away here shortly. See, he's attacking the 19s here. Needs a single to get him closed. Does get him closed out here, but you expect both these players to just focus on grabbing the 20s. So you're giving yourself one round to point on 20s. Might not be a bad strategy, though, all things considered, because now they're just going to focus on opening a number. Goes to the 19s, doesn't realize they were already closed, and he's tapping his hat there, knowing that that was a mental error. Needs to grab 18 or 17 here. And that's going to be a huge opening. So this paid off in droves now, because now they can focus on just pointing up the 20s on this turn, knowing that the other team has no way to grab any points at all. That was a good scoring around there, but you can see the 20s go away onto the 17s here to try to get things opened up. But yeah, both players failing to grab a new number. And that's saying Sunday is tell us when he plays. Okay, so there you go. I love it though. I don't know. I think the hat's so cool. It's definitely my fashion sense for sure. You can see that fist pump there in the last round of the 17, knowing that they're not pressuring the throw of the team from Norway here. Grabs the 18s. Now going to go ahead and probably just grab the 17s here. Just grabs a single on him. And you notice the strategy. He switched the 18s there, knowing that the 17s are now going to be closed soon as Espartanos than they would be by themselves. And they're pressuring the throw by grabbing the 18s as well. Espartanos. Beautiful board control. So this turn here, I expect probably stay on the 18 till you trip, then take a shot at a single 17. First, they're going well low. He needs to shake that one off. Oh, and just grabs a single there. Doesn't set his partner up to grab any points. So Lolo coming up to the board. He's also trying to grab those 18s to get them in favor for his team. Just a single though, so opportunity not captured. But with right now, you expect probably a single 17, then onto the 16s and 15s, because unfortunately this showman will not be able to grab any points this turn. Grabs the 15s first. Grabs the 17, now over to the 16. Just a single on that last start, but a good 5 mark there. Trying to take advantage of what he can do on his turn. And that is what is the blessing and the curse with this format is there's only so much you can do on your turn depending on how your partner sets you up. So now he's basically just confirming with his partner what to do. And this is a game where you have to communicate with your partner quite a lot on what to do. He should be attacking. Oh, it looks like he's attacking the 15s. I'm surprised he didn't attack the 18s there. And grabs it close on the 17s. But now the showman here is just going to continue to attack the 18s and get them in control. So I don't know if the dart at the 17 there was particularly helpful at the moment. Yeah, unfortunately, no luck on those 18s, so the gamble might have paid off. Because now Telef is set up to point on the 15s, can try to close the gap by quite a few. I expect him to try to hit a 3 in the bed on this. It does look like Espartanos is ahead on our sideboard. Look at this. 3 in the bed. Oh, I jinxed ya. You can see just attacking the 16s there. Nothing that Showman can do. He couldn't point on those 18s because they're not closed yet by his partner. So now an aggressive close at the 18s makes a lot of sense here. Yeah, it goes ahead and grabs, and you can see the left with the big celebration in the background. Trying to go to the 15s there. Got a little excited and threw that dart high. And back up there, big trip on the last start there. Now regaining the point lead by 4. Over to the 16s here. Gonna try to get the number set up so his partner can start pointing. Needs to get the close. Doesn't get the close. Espartanos had great board management early, but falling short at the finish line here. I do believe it's this is pretty much going to be set to be a 1-1 scenario. Grabs the 16s there. Back over to the 15s. Again, guys, do apologize about the lag. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do. It's just based off the internet connection here. Trying to close up the 15s here. Probably would have preferred to see some points on the 18s since they still have that territory there. Or excuse me, they did not have the 18s. His partner did not have it closed yet. My mistake there. I was looking at that one backwards. You're going to see that a few times for me. Is it still called a Maloney double in Spain? I don't know if they even know who Mike Maloney is in Spain. And if they don't, they're the lucky ones, aren't they? Trying to grab. Looks like he's going onto the Bulls. Almost fell into the 18 and got the free close. But backs against the wall. 3 Bulls needed for each of the players from Norway. And it does look like Espartanos did win that first leg over there. So that one leg you see on that scoreboard there is because of the sideboard that we are watching. They will not start that next leg until this one is over, where they will play side by side. Fighting on the Bulls. Does find 4 of them. Of course, A little bit of extra credit because his partner does have it close, so did not get the 25 points for doing so. But good job here for the Norse team here, fighting back in a leg where they were clearly behind, doing so in style. He said, I'm going to grab a couple more points before considering moving to that bull. And that's why there's a 400-point limit. It's supposed to be pretty a conservative style play, knowing that sometimes your turn is just going to be points only. I think take advantage of the fact that you had the upper limit on the points. You don't need to go all 400. You're getting up a couple hundred there, knowing that there's some turns where you approach while not having anything else to do is not a bad way to go about it. Now attacking the bulls, dropping low. Needs to get one on the board. And there we go for Mr. Sunday himself. And a little bit of frustration there, but 2 bulls expected for this player to grab here. Then afterwards, back to the points. There's one. He's going to stay on now. Does grab it. So he set it to his partner for being 1 bull away from grabbing this and making it a 1-all start. You can see the hat trick there, trying to stop some fight. They don't want to give up any legs where they can. To left. 1 bull. Trying to work his way inside on the wire. Oh, he might need to move over. Not going to happen quite yet. So now it's going to go through another round of scoring. And you have to be careful because all these players can do right now is grab some points and put some pressure on your throw. There's 2 bulls. One more adds the point lead. Oh, and that's an unlucky deflection on that last third. Looked like it was a good angle. Oh my. This is where things start to get nervy. Points are expected to be shot at here. It's the only thing he can't shoot at. Finds the 5 mark there to help take some pressure off the throw. So now 5 bulls needed to get the point lead back. A tie will just not do. And just 2 there. So to left, another shot here for the bulls. And not able to get it. This is some nervy stuff here. I expect if you get the point lead for this gentleman to take the shot at the 15s. There's 1 bull. It's tied. You just stay on there. You want to try to get a point lead after 2 darts there to get a shot at the 15 to set his partner up for a potential game shot on a potential big miss. Our best guys gonna have to grab some points here. Oh no. This is definitely some finish line-itis if I've ever seen it. The point lead not regained here. Single 18 closes that number completely and 216. So I expect single 18, 216s and the bull here. That's how I would shoot this. Does go for the single 18, but he drops it. Has to go back to the bull now. Yeah, that's a huge miss. You need to grab that and get the first number out of the way and save yourself a dart later on. The bull is finally closed. Needs to regain the point lead before the game is over, though. Looks likely. Might just still be able to get away with this, but was looking a little bit dicey there. Needs to find a trip. Big old single on the last start there. So this player, all they can do is go up here and throw 2 15s. There's nothing else they can shoot. Oh, you just got... Okay, I was like, you got to get it close there. I was like, you just need 2 singles. There's literally nothing else his darts could do that turn. So you have to make sure you get that close. On the off chance the single is missed. But you expect Norway does get it there. Our best guys make it 1-1. What was a pretty exciting ending to what was a pretty sketchy leg there, all things considered. You can see the guys playing on the other side of the board there. They went over and watched the end of that leg. So now 1-1 in the score, as Espiritanos does get it on the sideboard there. So they're just going to make a quick game plan to see who's going where and what the game plan is before going on to our second leg here. If you guys are just now tuning in, maybe partially through this one, my name is Nick Teixeira, and you're watching the BullShooter Europe 2024 finals here. This is going to be the Team Cricket Pro fourth place match. Yeah, Nicholas saying, what a way to lose the game. Yeah, it was a pretty dicey scenario. And that's one of those things you have to be talking with your partner and be on the same page of strategy. There's a reason why it's called team cricket, right? It takes away that individual aspect of the sport and makes it so both players have to play together. It's the same idea with freeze in 01. It's the idea of making the game last a little bit longer because you can't just get carried by one person, assuming the other team is playing well. So if our best guys or Espartanos win on both boards, it is over. If they go 1-1 again, then it will move on to a last leg decider where all four will play on the same score. Let us know who you're cheering for. I want to see a lot of Norway flags. I want to see some Spain flags. What is going on? Who are you cheering for? What is happening here? As I'm excited to see this. I hope you guys are too. Just a couple extra re-warming up darts here. Those guys that finished on the sideboard did finish a few minutes before the other one finished, as we get a big wave to the camera there. Oh, thank you for that one. You can see the average is kind of dipped here. You're noticing on the winning teams, they're typically throwing closer to that 4 range. It's harder to throw a really high average because sometimes your turns can only be focused on closing. So I do understand that there's going to be a slight average dip compared to normal. Paul says, what if we were cheering for the commentators? Well, then you're cheering for the wrong team. No, I'm just kidding. I appreciate that, Paul. Dicky DeRoe, excuse me, saying this is fourth place match. Who are the other teams still in it? So sitting in your third place position is Los Fulanos. That's going to be Jose, Juan, Luis, and Martin. And then sitting in your king seat, that will be Entree Darts there. That's Antonio, Celestino, Javier, Raul, and Ricardo. So those are going to be your remaining teams in this one. I see a lot of people throwing in Norway in there. I see some flags there from Kajel, Iris, Thomas. And if I mispronounce any of your names, I'm sorry, but did you expect much, as I am just a guy in Florida? So thank you guys all for tuning in here. See a couple hundred of you guys tuning in across all of our different platforms. So last few darts here. They should be about ready here to get this continued on. Yeah, happy to help with any information. If you guys have any other questions in chat, I will try my best to help out as much as I can. As I know you guys are going to help me out a lot, especially with some of the names, pronunciations, and information about the players. So do appreciate all you guys tuning in and helping me out here. First time covering a BullShooter Europe event. If you guys do want to follow along, just go to bullshooter.eu. And from there, you'll be able to find out information about the whole tour. This is the last stop of the European tour and the last stop before the World Finals in Chicago. See Jan and Oystein saying Norway as well. Definitely butchered that. So here we go. Just confirming the pairings here. He says, all right, us two, you two, whatever. We're not scared of nothing. Bjornar saying Norway. Oh, Espen, you guys are all tuning in droves. Welcome in, everybody. I love it. I love seeing everybody tune in to support their homelands players. So it looks like we're on the way here. Espartanos to get the start. Leg number, well, I guess technically leg number 3, but it's leg number 2 on our stream board. Again, the other leg played on our sideboard here. So this is going to be Danny to start us off. Going to attack this 20s immediately. You're gonna have to stay there. Big single on the last start. There's no reason to still aim at the triple for your last start there. You don't get any points to your partner closes. That's the other thing you'll see some of these players kind of make the mistake on is they're going for trips when sometimes they just need a single. And that is a big shot there. Our best guys taking advantage of the going second position, grabbing 19s and 20s. You expect all three of these starts to be at the 20s here, trying to grab some points with at least the 4 mark. Not going to be able to do so. It doesn't hit nothing. Rubio not going to be happy with that one, as now you can just go ahead and take the 20s for yourselves. Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to try to do here. Oh, and you have to stay focused for that last start there, because now the opportunity handed back over. This player going first here, all they can do is close. So they're going to go 19s and then on through the rest of the board here. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and tack the 19s. Grabs them onto the 17s, over to the 18s instead. Quick switch there, quick find. Our best guys, the same thing here. It can only close, so onto the 18s to try to contest. He's going to stay there. Have to be careful on that dart. He kind of pulled it. Does deflect into the trip on the last dart, though, so good shot. So far, slight advantage to our best guys. You can see both of the B players were the ones kind of struggling there. So just trying to grab a singular number. He's going to contest those 20s. I do like that. And now here for the Norse team, I expect them to grab a single 20. Just getting confirmation, but it looks like I might have been confused here. The winner side is the best of 5. I believe the loser side is actually going to just be a best of 3. So this is all 4. I kind of realized as we kind of got into this, I'm like, wait, we're seeing more people than I expected over here. So actually looking into this, so it's 4 on 4. So winner takes all in this leg. So yeah, did want to give that correction in there. So look at that good scoring there as Espartanos getting some points on the board. So now Mr. Sunday is going to try to grab a number here. He's going to focus on either the 18s or 17s. Finds the 18s. It's probably smart to add some points here. Looks like he wants to close though. Yeah, he's going to attack the 19s here. And then over to the 17. I think you got to take advantage of the opportunities when you can grab points from behind. We'll see how much it hurts. So Lolo here, all he can do is score or close other numbers. So it just stays on there for the 6 mark. I think that's exactly what you should do on that turn, is get as many points. 190 point deficit. All 3 darts here need to be 18s. That still doesn't regain you the point lead. Drags that one low. He's kind of pulling some of those darts down. You can see he's kind of snatching at the end of his throw. Does find on the last there with he released a little bit earlier there before that snatch, and it worked out just fine there. Grabbing 72 points. Expect the 18s to be attacked here. Big single on this last dart. Does grab it there. So Espartano so far leading the way now. So now all 3 of these darts should be at the 17s to try to grab points. Just grabs the close on the 19s. You can see his teammates celebrated that shot. I'm not convinced that helps a lot here, but right now there's no points that can be scored this turn here for Espartanos. So they're basically banking on a 9 mark here, right? If they 9 mark the 17s, then that was a great shot. If they do anything less, it feels like it was the wrong shot. But there's the first trip. And the second. All right. You know what? I stand corrected. That 7 mark there was pretty class from the our best guys, proving me wrong and shutting me up. just there. Nothing for Espertanos. They were in control of this leg, but the team from Norway just set themselves up so kindly. They can grab some more points here, or they can start attacking the throw of the 16s. You can see they're going for the aggressive route. It's a big risk, especially when that dart doesn't collect. Has to go back over to 17s, and you have to be careful because a little round like that could give a spark of life for the other team. All this player can do, Lolo, can only go trip 15 and then onto the bulls. Nothing else he can shoot at until his partner gets some more stuff closed. Big 15. Does get it closed. So Norway's going to continue to press the advantage. Grabs the 17. More 17s. And then tries to pressure the throw on the 16 there. Again, staying on until you get at least a trip worth of points. I understand that strategy there. So pretty straightforward approach. 16s or 15s need to get grabbed here by this player. Needs to find it. Can't afford not to. And doesn't find it there. The pressure for Espertanos is kind of showing at the moment. Norway discussing the strategy. 2 16s and a trip 15 is the shot here, if you ask me. At least 2 16s and some points. Either one of those two strategies should work just fine. Grabs the 16. One more. Last start here. Let's go back to point. And that's an expert shot. I think if he tripped the 15, or sorry, tripped the 16 on the first start, you could have probably seen that last start go to the 15s there instead. But playing a little bit more conservative, knowing they're towards the end of the leg here. And right now, that player can do nothing else for the player one on Espertanos, as they have every number closed and their partner doesn't have a number for them to point on. 2 16s to push them down the line here. One more big single. Does grab it there. Can go to the 15s or points. Instead, just goes ahead and stays on points. Rubio here needs to get these 15s closed. That's really the last chance to really make a stand. Does get the close. It's a beautiful grouping. Unfortunately, just collecting on the wrong side of the wire. Grabs the trip 15 there onto the bulls. Nah, decides to grab a few more points there. But there is a small chance here Espertanos can point on all these darts. Gonna want a 3 in the bed and then some. But you have to start somewhere. Fortunately, with that first dart hanging high, it's an awkward position to try to get around. Does still find darts in there. It's a good 6-bar considering the position of the dart, but is it too little, too late? Norway here, 3 15s. He has to attack this a little bit. Big single. And one more. Needs to find it right in the heart of the single. And does do so. So now just getting him and his partners 3 bulls away from each scoreline. Hat trick here needed. Needs to find this last bull. And pulls it to the right there. And now he basically said it screwed over his partner. His partner won't be able to do anything on their next turn. So 3 bulls here. Our best guys were behind in this one by a significant margin and basically turn this on its head. Not going to get it done quite yet. And you can see the past turns there. Oh, whoa. We're going crazy, guys. Okay, there we go. I think the turn change happened. They accidentally did an extra skip there than they intended. So they just went around one more time, I guess. And you can see back down to the points there as the bulls aren't closed yet. And our best guys are 1 bull away from moving to your 3rd place match. Norway flag flying proud today. Espritano's frustrated, but they know that their run is just about over. Not much they can do at this point. Mr. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Gonna take it out with one bull here. And they get it, and you can see the point to the camera there. Look at that. Oh my goodness. I love it. Oh, and he leaves his boy hanging over there for the hug. That is so funny. Oh, our best guys will move on to your third place match against our team is sitting there, Los Fulanos, for third place. This is getting very dicey as we're getting towards the end of the wire here for this one. And I'm having a lot of fun covering this format here. To any of our friends tuning in from North America that aren't used to seeing it, this is really fun to watch. Oh, there's the hug. He waited for it. They found it. Good stuff there. I'm excited to see more of this team from Norway here taking on another team from Spain. Be just a moment's time. That team knows that they're going to be up here pretty quickly, so won't be too long. We'll wait, folks, so don't go far. My name is Nick Teixeira, having a lot of fun bringing coverage of this one. Be back to the action in just a moment's time. Well, looks like things are just about to get underway here. So we're excited to bring you coverage of the third place match here. Los Fulanos versus our best guys. I'm excited to see how this one will take place here. This is to get back to the finals. Both these teams lost out in the top four section of the semifinals to other teams here. So excited to see that they are still in here making the run for this one. Sorry, Los Fulanos did beat out Unions in the top four. I should correct myself. Well, our best guys lost out to Entree Darts in the top four. So these were your semifinal teams. They are now meeting in the third place match here. What should be a good, hard fought battle. We just saw our best guys narrowly escape defeat in the last one there, where they won with one bull. Left points to the cameras there, and I already had clipped that out and posted that on my personal Facebook. So if you guys are curious and you missed it, to left winning that match was one of the funnier things I've seen, and I loved it. I love it indeed. So here we go. So one difference here from what you'll see compared to our other matches we've covered, because it's only best of three on the loser side, and it's just third place and final remaining. They're just going to play one part of the doubles at a time here, basically kind of slowing it down and letting us get full coverage of this one. Of course, right now they're just starting off by opening up numbers here. You expect our best guys to attack the 20s here. Grab some points as well. Oh, he's playing aggressive. He grabs the 19s. And then back up top. Pitching just to the right side there. So now Fulanos going to try to get these 19s in their favor before they go away potentially. Needs to get this close here on him no matter what. Oh, Bernardo's not going to be happy. Does find a trip and lost start getting 19 points here. Now, the team from Norway can go ahead and just attack these 19s, get the close, no matter what, they'll have guaranteed 3 darts at the 20s. Yeah, and they're going to get more than that. How about a 7 mark there in style for our best guys? Good stuff indeed. Now pushing them over to the 18s, gets the close. Now down to the 19s, no, or 17s, but no, he was up to try to close up the 20s. Interesting dichotomy happening early on in this leg. Let us know what you think of the strategy, what you think of the format. Excited to hear all your guys' thoughts and opinions. Going right at the 18s here. I do agree that this player is the one that should be attacking the 18s, setting his partner to either grab points or go for the close. But since the 18s were not successfully closed, a little bit of a reprieve for Los Fulanos. So now they can go up here, attack the 18s, and grab some points as well. Yeah, this is a good hard-fought battle as the Norwegians are doing very, very good work so far to stay in the mix here. Yeah, that's a good shot there from Los Fulanos, grabbing 6 on the 18s, getting some points to bring it down within a 7-point gap. Grabbing the trip 18 there, now back up to points. This showman's been on fire so far. Finding another 7 mark there. Good stuff indeed. And he sets up his partner to be able to close the 18s on their next visit, regardless of what happens here. Good board management. You can see they're planning ahead, going ahead and grabbing the 17s there, set up his own partner to be able to shoot at the 17s for points on the next go. That's some really smart board management. These guys are definitely playing smarter strategies. So you expect a single 18 here and then either grab some more points or to start pressuring the 17. I would probably prefer the pressure on the 17 here. 18s are gone. Pressure onto the 17s now. Does pull it right with 1 dart in hand. He decides to stay. Just grabs a single. I think with 1 dart, probably go back up to the 20s. So what will Fulanos do now? Gonna have to attack the 17s and grab some points. Try to set up his partner to get a shot at it. If he gets too close, his partner will get at least 3 darts at the 17. So he has to make sure to stay true. And a big triple in the last start helps add some points there, bringing it within 17 points. This is a close battle for this first leg. You can see they're trying to pressure it by grabbing the 17s there. Interesting shot. Now, what I would expect to see here is if they trip the 17 at any point to take a shot at the 20 to try to set up for the close. Oh, take an extra minute there. You can see the indecision in the eyes. Does go back up, grabs the 20s, back down to the 17s. And a phenomenal 7 mark there for Los Fulanos. Grabs a single 17, so going to stay on for the close. Needs to make sure to trip this 20 and close the point gap. And that's the risk of shooting it in that order, because now Los Fulanos is going to get, Los Fulanos is going to get the opportunity here to close with the point lead and get themselves a 51-point advantage. Needs to get this closed. That is his only goal this turn. Close that 20. It's getting further away. He's feeling nervous. He's looking nervous. You can see everyone kind of backed off from there, giving the man some space. Oh, and he hugs the wire on the last dart there. So if I'm from Norway here, I'm going to be pounding the points. I'm not even considering another option. First one's in the trip. Goes to the right side. Can you get one more in there? Oh, and he just hugs the bottom wire there. So that's a good round to regain the point lead and punish Los Fulanos. Now you're expecting the 16s and 15s is the only shot this player can shoot. Does get the close there. Good switch to the double. That's a smart switch. Remembering that there's no advantageous reason to shoot at the triple there, especially with it being blocked, knowing he can't get any points. Norway's going to be on the attack here. I do like the early switch back up top. I think he should stay up there. He's going back down. I think you need to stay up for at least a trip there. You have the 20s versus either 16s or 15s. You're more than okay position. Fulanos now. He's going to send 16s here. He hits at least a triple. You can consider going up to the 20s. Yeah, because they know he knows his partner will get 3 darts for 16 no matter what. He can shoot the 20s here. Oh, and he goes to the wire. You need 2 big singles there. I know you want to try to get another dart back at the 16s, but you need 2 big singles if you're going to shoot it like that. He stays up there. And here's the problem with some of the strategy that we're seeing from both these teams is the fact of that you can guarantee in this format 3 darts for points. Like, for instance, right now, Los Fulanos can guarantee that no matter what, they can get at least 3 darts to the 16 again if they go all closed here. It's kind of how you have to think about it. And so therefore you should be pointing up more, knowing that you can get 3 guaranteed darts at any point, and you just got to choose when you want to guarantee said darts. Norway back in control. Our best guys. Expect a dart at the 16 here. Goes to the 15s first. I don't mind that move at all. Over to the 16s. Finds the trip 16. Back up to the points. Good shot there. And they're in frame control in this leg now. So now all this team can do is point on the 16s here with the back against the wall. Goes ahead and grabs the 15, kind of getting that insurance policy in case his partner needs it. Now is going to go to the 15s. He grabs the 20 there. I don't think at this point that's the time to do it. You need to be focusing on closing the point differential going into the bowls. But in either case, our best guy's still in control. Trip 16, trip 15 needed. He needs to grab one of the 2. Just grabs the 2 mark there. So door opener for Fulanos. You'll notice that with this game is that there's full-on openings more so than regular cricket where it's one of those must-hit singular shots. No, there's a lot more proper openings into this that you can set yourself up for. That's why you have to be careful about your shot selection. Look at this. How about a 3 in the bed there? Fulano's not going quietly into the night on this first leg. Just go ahead and setting themselves up for the game winner shot by grabbing the 3 bulls. So he grabs 3 there. It does still leave an opportunity for more points to be grabbed. But there was no other shot he had available, right? So now the point gap can close even more. Needs 2 triples. Showman's struggling a little bit this leg. Now would be a good time to snap out of it. At least a single. And now you expect here, the shot's going to be single 16, trip 15 onto the bulls. And you can't start 15 first there. Unless you find the triple. That's a huge risk to take. I think you need to take the guaranteed dart in a team format like this. But it doesn't matter if he does get it here. So basically he's setting up his partner here for 3 bulls. Or sorry, 4 bulls. Yeah, with no bulls closed there. So they're going to press the button for player 3 as there's no eligible shot for them to shoot at. And now player 4 here is going to try to grab 3 bulls to set up their partner for the game winner. He needs to find 3 bulls. He needs to give his partner a chance to win the game. He's not going to be able to do so. He's completely deflated and shrunk. It isn't over yet. We've seen these teams struggle to cross the finish line before. You have to have that never say die mentality. But just peppering the outside of the bowl. No good for Falanos. Our best guys. 4 bulls away. Needs at least 3. Doesn't have to hit the game winner here. But he needs to find 3 so his partner can. Oh, no. Oh, no. So this gentleman, all he can do is step up and hit 1 bull. And now he's going to hit the button. He's also going to hit it for the player 3 as well. And it's player 4 here. We'll have now a shot at Bernardo with a redemption shot for the hat trick. To get leg number 1. Setting himself up. He has to settle in. He still has matched or game darts here. There's the double. Needs a single bull here for Falanos to get a leg. The control was just handed back and forth. And it's just barely outside. And you can see he's frustrated. 4 bulls is the shot once again for our best guys. There's 1. No, not going to go. So the button's going to be hit both times. It's going back over to Bernardo. And here we go. 1 bull needed for leg number 1. You can see that how much it means to these guys. They're getting nervy trying to cross this finish line. Oh, needs to settle in. He's lunging. He's trying to place that dart in the board. You just got to throw through it. And he does get it there. You can see some celebrations in the crowd. So now we're moving on to part 2. So it's going to be the other part of this doubles 2-on-2. And then if our best guys wins it, it goes to a last leg decider. You have to feel like for the Norwegians there, they kind of gave away the opportunity. I really feel like they had the leg done and in the bag, but they played it just a little too close, and a couple good rounds changes everything. You can see the gentleman there is going to be frustrated. He felt like he just gave 6 darts away because he had 6 darts for 4 bulls. Can't think about that now. Have to have a short memory and trust that your teammates will get the job done here. Here we go. Let's Falanos to start things off by trying to get some closes on the board. Does grab the 20 down to the 19s. Just a single on that one. Now we're going to see the inverse. 19s then up to the 20s. Grabs a double. And a single up to the 20s. So yeah, just does the inverse there. Grabbing a single on that last start. Again, both players have to have the number close before anything changes in the board state. That's why you're seeing those opens like that. So now you expect this first start to be trip 20. Just kind of ride it. Oh, big back off there after hitting the big trip. With 1 dart in hand, I would expect that he's up at the 20s here. You don't want to put pressure on your own throw on the losing the high ground early. So expecting him to attack. Does find a single 20. Now I'm just going to try to grab the 19s. Great first start for this. And the second. Going up. Oh, he takes a shot up there. He moved that last start so quick to try to get that switch up there. Now almost hit perfectly. So you can see the points being loaded up on the 20s here. Taking the last downstairs. Just a single, so not going to make that much of a difference on that last start. And you'll see that's the big risk with this format. Your third dart closes just aren't as helpful as they typically would be. Look at this. Wow. Sunday. Finding it there with a big double 20 on the last. Yeah, that's a huge start there. Now the 20s have to be defended vigorously, right? You expect all 3 of these darts to have to stay up there. Needs to grab at least 1 more 20 here. You would feel 60 points not going to feel like enough. So I think he just told his partner, go ahead and shoot the 20s here, knowing that they'll have a free run at the 19s. Now back down to points. And a big trip on that dart there. Oh man, I love Balef. He might be my favorite player to watch. I'm having fun. I'm just watching him just be goofy. Yeah, smart to throw the single 19 on the last start there. Wasn't able to get a new number opened up, so you might as well set up for a potential close with 1 dart in hand. Don't hate it, but also you're leaving your partner with no avenue to points either, so don't love it either. A bit of a lax turn here. You have to try to find a number to open up here before you can consider shooting that 19. Going up to the 18s. After the first start triple, since he can't point on it, I wouldn't mind this start going to the 19s now to prevent pointing. We'll see. He's trying to settle into place. Yeah, he's going to 19s. Stay on for the attack. And a big close there. It's a good shot from Los Falanos. Expect to see some 17s here. Finds it on the first, up to the 18s. And right here, this is going to be a big moment. Grabbing the 18s first will get the potential advantage to grab points. Apologize if I'm starting to stutter or anything, guys. Been doing a lot of commentary these last couple days. Last 10 days to be exact. So the brain rot is real with me. Big shot there on the 18s to bring it back within 11 points. Our guys down to the 17s does get the point lead back. And expanding upon it. And he does go up there to try to set the close. Again, with one dart in hand, I think you kind of leave that shot for your partner to get that first setup on the close. I think you're playing it a little close for comfort. We'll see, though. Let's run to a true old-fashioned point battle here. Trying to work his way and needs at least one trip this turn. Just a 2 mark there, throwing his hands up. So now I expect one of the Norway players to grab the 2 mark on the 18, then expand the points on the 17. Grabs the 18s and staying on there. Oh, he wanted that last round. Kind of rushed it, but you can see the celebrations from the team in the background. They know how huge a return that is. This might be the last round where you own the 18s. You expect all 3 to stay there, unless you're trying to set up an open on another number. And that's a good stay. He only finds 4, but that's the right shot. Right being relative, as this is still my first time ever commentating this format. Yeah, going to go ahead and get the 18s close here, knowing that they'll have 3 guaranteed darts at the 17. Does get it. You can see he's fired up. Big trip 17 on this last start here. At least a single to grab the point lead. And look at that. You can see the crowd's loving it too. Norway probably had one of the highest contingents of players besides the obvious of the players from Spain. So you can see he's saying go ahead and attack clean sweep here. Has to settle in. Easier said than done. Trying to grab the 16s. Needs to focus on a big single here. It does deflect into the double, but gets to close there, setting up his partner with a chance to point on their next go. Let's see how aggressive. They're playing this still aggressive. Oh, and that last dart still getting rushed there from that gentleman. He has such a good dart stroke, but he just kind of throws that last dart so quick. 16s can be pointed on now. They will be. How about a 3 in the bed there for Los Fulanos? Norway's been keeping this too close for comfort, if you ask me. Needs to hit a trip on the 17 before having a chance to close the 16s. He's going right at it. Again, I know you have the 3 guaranteed darts, but this is your opening. This is a huge opening now. Because now, if this player from Fulanos wants to go ahead and close, grab his 3 at the 17, then he sets up his partner perfectly. Oh, this is a tough scenario. I think you probably grab the 17s here. Yeah, then he agrees. Needs a big single. Does get it. He's kind of looking over to the side there, but he does get the necessary darts. So this is going to be a tough shot. Our best guys here needs to find a trip on the 17 before considering anything else. And how about a 6 mark? Big shot there. But this was the setup for Los Fulanos, right? That's why that closing the 17 is important. Trip 16 leaves you a shot for for a trip 17 here to have the point lead. So he needs to find a 6 mark. This is a tough one, but he can find it. He's going for the 15s first. He finds the 17s. And he finds the 16s. What a shot there. I love that shot, and that is so huge for Los Fulanos. Oh, my God. 16s are gone. Now that our best guys has to attack the 15s here, he needs to find a 3 mark with these 2 darts. Good marker dart, potentially. But he only gets a 2 mark here. Oh, my goodness. The Fulanos is 4 marks away. If this guy here hits a 4 mark, they'll have an advantage going into the bowls. What a shot. What a turn of events here. What a big 9 mark that was from Fulanos. They have to get this closed. They have to get this closed. They don't get it closed. Our best guys is still in it. 3 15s and then on to the bowls is all this player can do. Oh, he might have blocked himself. He might have to go for double single. He's moving over for it. He kind of undercut it. You can see he kind of dropped his dart. Now he has to throw the triple. No option. He just gets a single in there. He's shaking his head. He knows that that's not enough. All this player can do is throw bulls. So you're going to expect 3 bulls to try to be found. He found a 9 mark on the last go. Good mark for the first bull. Needs to find a double. Just gets 2 singles, but gets them closer to a match point scenario. Single 15, then on to the bulls here for Norway. Just gets 1. Oh, this is a very scary situation. Los Falanos needs 3 15s here at minimum. 3 15s. There's no reason for anything fancy, no fanfare. What do you have in store for us? How about a trip? Taking a big walk off there. I think he should stay on and grab as many points as possible this turn before they force the bull battle. He's staying on. Can you get one more? Big trip there. Oh my goodness. 46-point lead now. What a huge find, because that adds a few bulls and that need to be pointed on. You expect this player to probably just go ahead and grab the 2 15s and to hope that there's some troubles on the bulls for Los Falanos. Yeah, one more 15. On to the bulls. Doesn't get it there. So this player only needs 1 bull before they're going to hit the button. Grabs the 1, is going to hit the button. And you see here, for our best guys, they can only grab 2 bulls before they're going to hit the button. It's going to be down to the B players here. There's 1 and 2. He psychs us out with the 3rd dart there. 3 bulls needed for Los Falanos to win in a 2 straight game. There's 1. Oh, needs to find a double. And there's 2. Not out of the woodworks yet. 46-point difference. 5 bulls needed. Double, double, single. It's the only option, and it won't happen today. Oh, but that huge double in the last start there is massive. Because now it just leaves it 2-2. Yeah, and they're going to get the shot now. Because of the close on the bulls. I think they're a little confused at the turn change there. But that was correct. So now to left, we'll get the shot. 2 bulls needed to sweep this from behind on the bulls. What a shot this would be. First one doesn't go. Second one doesn't go. He needs a double. He doesn't get it. And you can see the crowd's distraught. They turn around in despair and agony, watching as 1 bull is needed for Los Falanos to take us 2 straight. Opportunity had an opportunity potentially lost for our best guys. 3 darts for 1 bull, Los Falanos, to move into the final against Entree Dart. And gets it done there. Wow, a heartbreaking loss for the Norwegians there. But they should still hold their heads high as they got 3rd place in a very, very tough event. But yeah, they're not going to be happy with the result there. And it's hard to watch that, right? It's hard to watch a scenario where you see that happen. You can see a couple people commenting in there. Hey, don't give us the left too hard of a time. He's my favorite dart player in Norway. This is a confirmed fact now. I posted him on my Facebook and everything. So now you can see Los Falanos giving themselves some hype and some love, knowing that they're about to take Entree Dart on in the final here. Excited to see that one. And we're going to be covering this until the end of that final at the very least. So you better stay tuned because I'm excited. You guys can't hear from the sound of my voice. I know my voice is still a little strained Boy, oh boy, am I having a lot of fun watching this. So, guys, we'll be back in the action in just a moment's time. I'm Nick to share with my friend Augustine over on the controls, covering Bullshit Europe 2024. Be back in just a moment's time as these guys will just take a little bit to warm up here, and you can see the hugs and the love between them. Don't go far, folks. We'll be back in just a moment. Oh, we see you guys. Entree Darts waving to the chat there, giving some love and giving some hearts. Give it back to them, guys. Show some love and some hearts in the chat as it is about time for your finals here. Entree Darts versus Los Fulanos. They're going to waste no time getting into this as it is going to be played on one board rather than these different board there. Just because it's the final, we want to kind of take our time and reminisce in it really enjoy every dart being thrown. I am Nick DeShare bringing coverage of BullShooter Europe 2024 for your finals of the Team Cricket Pro event. This is going to be a good one, an all Spaniard final as Norway narrowly got defeated there in the third place leg. Excited to see this. I'm excited to have all you guys tuning in. I will say there was a lot of people tuning in from Norway, and unfortunately, a lot tuned out when they saw their team lost. Well, guys, hopefully you didn't go too far. I did say I'm Left's biggest fan, so I hope that you guys are still hanging around here. So they're just going to get their last few warm up darts in here. Of course, if you guys have any questions, any comments, any concerns, or anything else, just leave a little comment and we'll be happy to talk along with you guys. So here we go. Just getting the last few in. They psyched me out with the wave to the camera. I thought that meant they were ready. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I sound like Dak Prescott over here. Let us know who you're cheering for in this one. Los Falanos, entree dart. Go ahead and give them another second or two to warm up. I'm going to grab a water real quick in the background. So I'm going to speed walk through my house. Be right back. Alrighty, fully into the mix now. Now we're back for our coverage of the BullShooter Europe 2024 event. This will be the finals of the Team Cricket Pro event, which has been a event I'm a big fan of as a commentator now. I'm having a lot of fun watching this one. So it is going to be a best of five here on this, as this is the finals. Entree Dart does have the advantage versus Los Falanos there. Los Falanos is going to be the team wearing X's on their shirt. Entree Dart going to be the team wearing white. What should be a very enticing affair. Instead of playing on the split boards, they are just going to play on the same board for this, as it is our last match of this event. So let's know who you're cheering for and who you got in this one. It should be. Did they really just psych me out twice? I swear to goodness gracious. Did they psych me out twice? It might have, as they should be just about ready here. Maybe getting these last few darts. I think they were deciding, okay, everyone else, it's not the four people playing on this first set, because it will go doubles all the way through and until a tiebreaker leg. All right, now we're good to go. Here we go, guys. Entree Dart, Los Falanos to get things going. Entree Dart to throw first. Gonna attack those 20s and gets the close there to start things off. So you can see Los Falanos going to be starting now at the 19. Falanos narrowly escaped Norway to get to this point. They're going to feel a little bit of that pressure to try to perform here, knowing they're going against the seat holders. This is a rematch of King Seat match where Entree Darts did take that one in fairly convincing fashion. It was a 3-1 scoreline there. So the second player here going to try to get the close. Needs to stay focused and does get a single on the last dart there. Very important dart to find the single on. Trying to attack the 19s here. Los Falanos get a number on the board for him. Does close it on the last dart there, setting up his partner to grab it on the next go. You expect Entree to attack a little bit here. They're grabbing some points first. Not happy with either of those darts sinking low. But does grab 60 points. Nothing wrong with that shot. He expects a lot with just a single needed to get the close to attack these 19s completely. Grabs the close there. Going one at least 4 mark with these last 2 darts. He needs to find a triple. You can tell he has a lot of body movement. I can't tell if that's how he normally throws or not. But you can tell he's kind of trying to push the darts into place there. He's kind of trying to add that to get the little snap to the dart. He's having trouble getting a lot of speed on it. Does get the point lead though, and that's exactly what he set out to do. Oh, and that's an awkward first dart. He doesn't like the way it's hanging. He's debating if he wants to set up the close for the 19. I think that's not a bad dart. He is going to move over and try to get one more up there first. Now with the flights crossed, I definitely would consider the 19 shot, and that's what he's doing. Going low on it there. So Falanos now, once they find a trip on the 19, I expect them to take a look up. Does find the trip there. He's going to stay. No, he is going to go up. I psyched myself out. These guys have some very deceiving eye lines. I wonder if how the camera setup is kind of fooling me more than not, or if it's just my pure exhaustion. Looking down. No, he stays up. The last are kind of an awkward deflection. It looked like it was going to be better than a trip one. You can see he's confirming with his partner what they want to do here. Again, if you're the 19s attacking the 20s, you probably your partner already has one mark on it. I think you stay down and point as much as you can. Let your partner get the first part of the close done. Once that happens, then you consider taking some third dart or second dart looks at it. Like I would prefer him to stay down for one more. 29 points just doesn't feel like a lot. He does go up and just drags the dart over. Trip 20. Oh, last start. Staying up for a 7 mark there. Good stuff from Entree. Defending the higher ground and territory, not taking too many aggressive shots. I think they probably could have afforded one of those starts to be at the 19s, but if you're feeling the 20s, you might as well keep riding them out, especially with that 400 point limit. 400 points meaning the amount of points in between the two player scoring lines, not how many maximum points the team can score. 35-point difference now. So the game state has changed just a tad, but not by much. Completely advantage so far to Entree. Oh, hugging the wire on that dart there. Moving over to go back up to the 20s. And you'll notice there's a player named Mark Hale that kind of always drilled me into the strategy early on when I first started getting into darts. And it's if you're going to take one dart at the close and two at the point, or vice versa, two darts at the close, one at the point, whichever way you're shooting it, why not shoot those two darts in the same area before going for that third dart move? Basically forcing yourself to take advantage of the first dart being in the right area. When you start moving around that much, it starts to jumble you. Like here, he broke his own rhythm because he wasn't sure what he wanted to do after the 4 marks. He should probably just stay at the 19, ride the rhythm he already had because he found the bed there perfectly. Instead, he decides to move up on that last start and collects a trip 5 almost into the trip 12. You're not really gaining any control with that. And there are 420s grabbed. Grabs the 19s, grabs the point lead. Now I can understand this player taking a look up since he already has the slash on the 20 there. Decides to get the close there done. So good move from Los Solanos with the 8 mark. Entree darts now. With their given situation, I expect all 3 darts to stay at the 20s. There's no reason to move off. He's looking down. He does find the 19s on the last start there, but they run the risk of losing the 20s without having the point advantage. He has to get the point advantage first, knowing that they're going to get closed on the next turn there for Entree. Oh, not happy with that dart at all, but it's a good miss. If you're going to miss by 2. Needs to get a triple on these 19s, though. And that's a big find on that last start there. 12-point difference. You still expect the 19s to go away. But it's a little bit harder with the 16s down in the back pocket. 18s or 17s on this start. Looking at the 18s. Almost goes into the 20 there. Oh my gosh, they don't even have the 20s all the way closed. What am I talking about? Of course he's going back up to the 20s. This player right here going to grab the 16s, more likely to follow his partner's close. See, I don't agree with him moving over to the 18s here. You have the 16s already close for your partner. If you hit even a 4 mark on it, you're gaining ground, you're gaining points. You would have to, if you hit a 3 mark on the 18, there's nothing you can do after the said 3 mark. This is some confusing strategy at the moment. And taking full advantage of the fact that they have the 20 stays on for a 5 mark there. So now Bernardo can only come up here and he can only close out numbers right now. So maybe trying to grab some 18s before looking at the 20 or the 20 before looking at the 18. No matter what, he's probably staying at the top side of the board here. Oh, and that's hanging over. He has to shoot the double 18. Don't try to force the triple. You don't get any points if you hit the triple here. You don't get any points if you hit the triple. You should probably just shoot the double. The double is wide open. This is a pro event. You got it. Have confidence in your own ability. And yeah, he's trying to go for the triple. I don't understand that. I understand that people saying there's no doubles in cricket, but this is not traditional cricket, right? This is where you and your partner both have to have it closed, and anything you shoot besides that extra does not count towards your favor there. And he had no real line on that trip. Grabbing the 17s here. They're still not taking advantage of the fact that they had that mishap on the 16s earlier. They should. He should consider taking a trip 16 here. He goes up and grabs the 18s. That's also fine. Eligible number. This last right here has to be 16s though for the 8 mark. And they're not really having a clear game plan. You can tell he kind of broke his own rhythm. Entree on the attack to try to get rid of the 18s before they can get any points with them. Does do so. Los Fulanos in a very interesting position so far. Adam saying tournaments, leagues, etc. need to put a limit on practice starts, especially to help us stream to aired events. Time is money. No one wants to watch practice starts. So there is a lot of rules in place. In fact, if you go to any BullShooter event, there should be a sign saying that you actually only get 9 warm-up darts once you're actually in the bullpen. I imagine it's a little different with team formats. It's probably more than just the quote-unquote 9 darts. The hard problem is, and here's really what it comes down to is, and I agree with you, and I don't understand players, especially that are towards the finals of events, warming up as much as they are. But let me say this, is it's hard to enforce that accurately and fully. It simply comes down to there's only so many staff members. I mean, you're talking a staff of at max for these events, maybe 10 people in total. Maybe a little bit more than that if you get a couple of volunteers versus 900 players. So it's hard to enforce that. And at the end of the day, what we see on the stream is usually just one very small percentage of the entirety of the dart hall. That's probably what they are focusing on out in the rest. Skinny here saying they play a different format than we do in PA. So the European tour is a little bit different than the North American tour. So just a heads up on how that works there. They also have a hammer cricket event and everything else. So if you want to find out more specifically on BullShooter EU, just go to bullshooter.eu as we hit a big 9 mark there for Los Volanos. So the format is different. The one thing that I talked with the team about is making sure that the format across the US side of the tour is more unified. But in fact, the format just preferred in Europe is different. You have to realize that it's a completely different dart market. And so there's understandable differences in the qualifications for these events and what is played in them. And honestly, I'm here for it. I've been loving watching team cricket because it's just something different. It's been a nice spice up for me, at least. So hopefully that helps answer the questions over there. That's all in the BullShooter chat. We're also live on BullShooter Europe Darts and over on Facebook BullShooter Sports Network. If you comment in the chat, I try my best to take a look there and give you guys context when I can. Smart last start there for Los Fulanos. Go to the 17s. Try to grab some more points. Andre Dart's kind of putting their own backs against the wall. Does grab the 15s, eligible to point on now. Got to sneak that last start in there, and he does find it. Good stuff there. Yeah, I do agree with you, Adam, though. The practice start situation is never fun. It literally just comes down to a staffing issue at the end of the day, and just a lot of time these staff members, a lot of them are either volunteers or just trying to freelance to help at these events or whatever it may be. So it's one of those things where in a perfect world, it would have more direct officiating on each match board, and something we're always actively trying to work on and improve. Oh, what a shot there. Beautiful 9 mark for Entree Dart. Being able to get themselves into a 107-point lead and setting themselves up to potentially close the 17s here. So you expect the 17s and 16s to be pointed on heavily this turn. Gonna try to find another one of those. Needs to settle in. One more trip helps close the gap, but doesn't close the door. Just a single there. So expect on player 3 turn here for Entree Dart, 2 17s, and then back to the points. That's exactly what was done there. Beautiful 5 mark. Oh, a little bit of fight back now. That's going to be a 16 versus 15 battle. Point lead now regained. So this is an opportunity to try to set up that close there on the 16s if you're entree. Finds some more points first. I think one dart here should be spent on the 16s. The opposite stay. I think he just has to set up his partner for a point and close. Basically, leave your partner at the 6 mark. Although, we'll see. Los Flanos wants to find a 3 in the bed here. First start going high and left. Gonna have to try to work that one in. Needs to find a couple of points on the board here, or else the entree darts team will be handed with a huge advantage going into game 2. Yeah, that's a bad time for a bagel. So entree here, going to try to get the 16 starting on the close. 2 more, needs to make sure to get this set up for his partner. He does do so. Back to the 15s for more points and finds a trip on the last start there. 1,000-point game. And they are teed up for the close here. 3 in the bed now on the 16s. Just won't feel like enough. Beautiful board control there from entree darts towards the end of this leg. He has to work over and hopefully he can use that dart to his advantage. Oh, there's no room left though. Can he get one more? Yeah, that's a tough last dart. 45-point difference here. 3 16s needed to get the close for entree to have the advantage going into the bulls. Oh no. Oh no, he has opportunity back. The player approaching right now should only be focused on regaining the point lead and trying to get a point lead that his partner can use to his advantage on their turn to set up for a close. There should be no other considerations than trip 16 here unless you're completely blocked. Big triple on this last start here. Single technically would suffice, but you feel like you need a triple for the sake of momentum. Not going to happen. Opportunity not capitalized for Los Falanos. Grabbing some points. He said, I'm not even going to take the move. My partner, it's his job to close the 15s first, then I'll do it. Good last start there, but yeah, now you expect another shot for entree to start right at the 16s here. Once they get it close, he's going back to points. Does get the close. Back to points. And then over to the bulls. He was trying to hit the coffin shot. But entree with a massive advantage so far. This game is coming down to the wire here. About to hit round 13. There is an argument to just only point here from here on out, just to mathematically eliminate your opponents. Of course, where's the pride in that? How about one more bowl? Sends his partner up with 3 bowls away from grabbing the first leg. First one's a blocker here. He feels like he's blocked. I almost want him to try to take a shot at the trip 15. But instead, he was able to get it underneath the dart. Well thrown. A good adjustment there. Bill Steiner in chat saying this is insane. Yeah, this is some crazy stuff we're watching here. One more bowl. Oh, not quite yet. So we're still in round 13 here. Needs to grab as many bulls as possible here. At least 3 to set this partner with a chance to point. If he doesn't get at least 3 bulls, this is truly over. There's one. Needs to find a double. And there with just the X on it. Player 3 is going to go ahead and have the button hit for them, as there's no eligible shot for them to take here except points. I guess they could go up and point it up. No real harm or foul in that. Although at this stage of the game, this game is basically, and now is almost certainly mathematically guaranteed. But there's no harm in that, huh? And just trying to make a stand. Not really much they can do there. One a bull now needed for entree darts to get the first leg on the board in our final. And gets it there. 1-0 lead. Bill Steiner asking, why is their format so different than the BullShooter here in the States? As we see some people in the back waving to the audience at home. Well, hello, guys in the background. Bill, obviously, this is mostly conjecture for me as I just do the commentary and broadcast side of things. Don't directly work, especially with the European side of the tour. This is my first foray really into it. Let me tell you, a big part of it is regional difference of just what players prefer to play in different regions. You'll be surprised at how often that changes. I mean, if you look at North America, how many times do you see areas where it's steel tip or soft tip centric, areas where 501 is more popular, where cricket's popular, where freeze rule exists or doesn't exist. It's the same idea in Europe, and these are the formats that typically have taken up. So that's why you see there's a hammer cricket event. That's why you see there's a national teams event here. And that's also why you see team cricket as well. The format's just different because that's regionally what they like. And again, not really the same path here as you would see for like the people following the tours back home. There's still the pro card and everything. Pro card, I do believe they also have an ESPN qualifying spot as well. And of course, they did have the national teams event, which sent a team over here to North America and will be Team Spain visiting us next month in Chicago. So the format's different just because of regional interest. Of course, they explain it better on their website, bullshooter.eu, where you can find out more information on what those differences specifically are. But again, it's just regional based. A big focus has been trying to unify the US side of the tour, but I also do believe that the European tour is okay to be different just because it's not the same people playing in it. So why would they have to conform to the formats that we play over here? Pretty interesting to see as they're about to get the second leg started here. They're switching out to the next set of doubles pairs as this is a 4-on-4 team event that we're watching. Bill, hope that answers your question though. All righty, looks like they're going here. Big deep breath here. Los Falanos will get the start. They want to get a leg on the board here. They have to do the double dip, so they have to win 3 legs here and then win 3 legs again. It's going to be a tall task just given the format here. Gets to 20 on the first. You can see he steps off there. Some of these players really like to break their own momentum. You kind of ride the wave a little bit, you would imagine. Now going to the 19s or 18s. Nothing else you can do on this turn. And see there, he hit the trip dead center and stepped off. There was no other option for what he could shoot there, right? It was always going to be 20s close and then try to close another number. I don't know why he did that full step off there. I wonder if it's just the nerves of it all. Entree darts here, trying to get the 19s opened up. Just gets single. So early opening already for Los Fulanos. So now just trying to set the 20s for his buddy. For his pal. No, not a single on the last start there. You got to be careful to throw a big old single to set up your partner there. So now they're going to try to attack and take away these 20s. I actually love that idea. Now down to the 19s. Basically setting up a 0 score, right? Trying to set up those 20s to be taken away with no one really gaining any advantage. Effectively removing that going first advantage. Gentleman here is going to have to go down to the 19s here. Oh, that's hanging over. Does still get around the dart. Over to the 17s or 18s. Over to the 18s. Single 18. But here, trip 20, trip 19. I'll start with the 19s, playing more. No, he does start the 20s. He has very deceiving eye line there. Yeah, he grabs all the points and then goes down to the 19s there, finding a big 9 mark, or well, I guess technically an 8 mark, but really a 9 mark. That was a beautiful shot for Entree. Trying to get the 18s online here. And then down to the 19s. I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like he should have tried to play for a 6 or a 9 mark on the 19s. It would have gotten some points on the board here, because now you're giving up control of the 19s to the other team. You can see now they have control. Grab some points. You might just play conservative. See where this last start's going. Yeah, grabs a 5 on the 19s there. You basically just, with him attacking the 18s there, just kind of gave up control. Over here now, 18s will be the shot. Gonna have to stay there for all 3. Big find if this last one hits. Oh, just going low on that last start there. Really wanted that one to connect. Now, Entree has to make sure they be careful about how many points they score, knowing that their 19s can go away with just one player's turn. And that's a good stay and a good switch on that last start there, trying to buy an insurance policy on those 17s. Trying to get the 19s closed. They are closed. Now back up to grab some points. A huge 6 mark there. So now Entree, they are going to try to get these 17s online for themselves. Now going to attack the 18 here. Set themselves up for a potential close. Big find. Over to the 16s or 15s now. That's all he can do is keep closing. Grabs a 7 mark there. Good shot for Entree darts here. Pressuring a lot for Los Fulanos. Going to try to make sure they regain the point lead this turn. That is his only goal, is grab as many points as he can. First one's good. Needs at least one more. One single will get the point lead. One single found. So player 2 here needs 2 17s to get the 17s eligible to points. So a trip 17 regains the point lead. A trip 18 shuts down their number. I think you actually take the shot at 18 first, but he goes ahead and grabs the 17, up to the 18s, grabs the 18s, and then over to try to grab the 15s. I don't mind that last start adding some more points. Just 2 16s there. Entree darts can really make this hurt here. You expect him to go ahead and finish closing the 15s before doing anything else. You already have the 1 mark on it. Yeah, he's going to take advantage of the 1 mark on it too. Big old single there. This last dart, one dart in hand, I'm okay with going to the points here. He does take the shot to 16. It's aggressive. I don't hate it though, because neither one of the two players has it closed. You can see the crowd is getting pretty huge behind this final here. I love the amount of people that come just to spectate finals and darts in this BullShooter Europe event. Every event we've covered, no matter what it is, they just seem to crowd and support the both sides of the players, and I absolutely am here for it. And I want to see that more stateside. I want to see when finals are going on. I don't care how late it is or who you are, but to go support, especially just because it makes everything look cooler, more exciting, more engaging. Big last start there to find the trip 16 for Los Falanos. But entree darts here. 2 15s to get a second number online for them. One more 15. And then does try to stay over for some points there. Kind of rushed that last third. Probably should have just started the 17 there and avoided the flights altogether. But obviously, you're kind of staying in that area. You kind of want to ride the momentum, ride the wave of it. 16s will get pointed on here. And 52-point lead found, which means a 4 mark will be needed to get the point lead back. Huge 7 mark there on the 17s. Entree saying, you know what? We're not going to give this lead up quietly here. Big deep breaths here. Los Falanos. Just a single 16. You can tell that was a very frustrating turn for him, all things considered. You expect the 16s to start to get attacked here. Yeah, it does take a last start look at it. And there's nothing wrong with doing 2 at the point, 1 at the close, especially when you're up. You don't have to really make the aggressive shots. Los Falanos does. You're the ones that are sitting in the seat. You already have a 1 leg advantage. How about a 3 in the bed there? Beautiful shot there from Los Falanos. Not giving up as his partner's throwing up his hands in the air there, saying, hey, I want to start doing my part here. Point lead regained. Double 16, I think it should be shot here. He does decide to stay. I think you need a sub for your partner to close at some point, especially with both of you guys having 2 numbers. You're forcing both players to have to hit 6 marks each. Kind of playing with fire here. Letting them, they're starting to find the 16 almost every time. It's a huge 5 mark that looked like it was going to be 7. Entree is kind of making this harder on themselves. And they're finding a big 7 mark, setting his partner up to try to set up the close. Some point, someone's going to have to take the shot here. So yeah, needs to grab these 16s. Take your time on them. 2 big ones. Or just stay on the triple till you find it. That works too. Back to the points. So he's trying to set up his partner there. 51-point difference means a 4 mark is needed on these 16s to get the point lead back. And really, he can't move off it at any point now, knowing that the guy coming up next only needs 2 16s to close and will still have 2 numbers up. Find last start there, but won't be enough. 29-point difference now. Yeah, you go ahead and shoot the 16s first. The points, grab a couple more. How about that 8 mark there? Stop. And with these and you expect them to everybody kind of just be staying on the Bulls here. Those Flon need a 6 mark on the 17s and 15s for both players. Those numbers to go away. Trying to grab the Bulls. He is not happy with those darts, though. Does grab a single on the last, so makes his next round easier and just saying, all right, partner, you go ahead and close out the Bulls first. 3 Bulls here needed for Falanos to get the close, and 3 more need to get up. So 6 Bulls in total here on this particular shot. But no matter what, at least 3. He has to make sure his partner can get on the Bulls. 1 more Bull here has to stay true. And he does stay true, so that's a good hat trick. Now you expect Entree Darts to try to throw out the 3 Bulls here. He's trying to add some points here. Gonna extend this game out. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that. 141-point difference. Now means it's 6 Bulls needed to get the point lead back. And another 3 Bulls down. So you're going to see it's a similar game state. This gentleman here for Entree needs to find 2 Bulls. There's 1. There's 2. Now back to the points for him as there's nothing else he can shoot except 17s and 15s. Goes on the wire there. He really wanted that one to connect. So Los Falanos needs to find at least 3 Bulls at minimum this turn. Finds the double. 1 Bull for 2-0 lead. They will get it there. Oh, not quite yet. Unfortunately, I looked away here to check something in the background. The point lead has changed. So not quite over yet, but you have to feel like it must be. 2 17s and then over to the trip 15 for this player to finish out his side of the game. Yeah, there's nothing left for that player to do. 34 points. 2 17s. There's 1. There's 2. And they get it there. Entree Darts up 2-0 so far. You can see neither side really happy with their presentation there. If Entree Darts gets 1 more leg, it's over. And hi, guys in the crowd. I see you. Big waves in there. Love it. Love it. Make sure to also tune in on Facebook and YouTube here. We are live on YouTube for BullShooter Sports Network. We are also live over on the BullShooter Europe-Darts page. And then, of course, the stream is shared over to the BullShooter main page as well. I am Nick Share bringing coverage of this one. I do like that they went ahead and grabbed the tip out of the board here before continuing to move on. 2-0 lead. Los Falanos needs to get a leg on the board here, or else their run is over, and that would conclude the Team Cricket Pro event. Going to get their last few warm-up darts in here. Do you believe, looking at the other brackets here for the Team Cricket event, the Masters is looks like it's about to hit its 3rd place match. Looks like we're at I believe That is going to be fifth, sixth range now. Yeah, currently in the fifth, sixth range for the amateur B side, and the amateur A side of things is going to be a little bit further behind for the team cricket. Looks like they're not really, they're about to start the top 24, currently in the top 24. It's a little bit further behind on that one. So no matter what, we're going to cover the end of this final, regardless of what happens here. And then from there, more than likely, what we're going to do is see what we're doing as far as our um, open mixed doubles cricket event for our evening here, which I do believe is just now getting started as well. It is currently 7 p.m. there in España. It is currently 12:51 p.m. where I am at in Davenport, Florida here. Looks like they're giving a little nod of approval, and we are going to be underway here. Entree darts, Los Falanos, leg number 3. Los Falanos has a long way to the top if they want to rock and roll. For those just tuning in, I am Nick Teixeira, joined by Augustine on the controls for this one. Just 2 marks there. Entree darts does not get the close in the 20s. Kind of hand the opportunity back over now for Los Falanos to start at the 20s. And it hits a big 6 mark to get things going. So now you might see them actually move to the 18s or 17s here. Yeah, it does the 17s first. Then you're going to try to contest the 20s. I do like to try to contest there. Getting the 20 secured. And then moves down to go ahead and try to get the 19s as well. So no matter what, this first start should be at 17. It's going to stay out till he closes. Wouldn't mind a single 20 here. Yeah, that's a good dart. Save his partner for a potential close. Get the biggest number out of the way. Push the game along. Vice versa here. I expect all points on 20s and 19s this throw. Single 20. Can he find a trip? Doesn't find a trip, so opportunity not seized. So single 20 to close, and then the rest of 17s here would be the shot I'd recommend. As a now newfound expert in team cricket, as today's my first day commentating it. Back to the 17s. Yeah, what a wonderful shot there. Beautiful 7 mark for Entree. Ed, this is a race to 3. So currently Entree darts is on match point. '19s are closed down now. But the point lead not regained. So Entree now being able to go ahead and start attacking these 19s here. Gets the close. Back to the points here. Grabs the trip there. Is he staying? Oh, and he catches the wrong side of the barrel. But that's still a huge 6 mark there. Because now it sets up his partner to close on the next go. Los Falanos needs to have all the 19s they can get. Treat it like an all-you-can-eat buffet. You're very hungry. But did not fill the plate. 3 19s will now take the advantage away from Los Falanos. Got the early jump into this one. Attacking the 19s immediately. Finds the close on the first. Finds the 18s. Back to the 17s. Oh, doesn't collect on the last, but it's still a huge 6 mark there. And now means the 19s are out of the fray. And if they want to contest the 18s, they already started closing them. So they might push the 15s or 16s. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do here. Does grab the 16. This last start here, probably a 15. Now he goes up to the 18s there just to try to put some pressure on it. But now this turn should start right at the 18s, getting that second number online. Single, trying to work his way in. I wouldn't mind the switch to the double here. But they don't do that. And the reason I don't mind the switch to doubles, you're okay with inside singles. That's actually fine in this format. Every single mark matters a lot more in this format. Trying to contest the 18s here. I think he should have grabbed the 16s. I think that's a huge error from Falanos. Knowing that they have the 16s, if he would have closed it, his partner could have pointed on it. Instead, his partner won't be able to point at all. The deficit will continue, and the pin will continue to move. Grabs the trip 16. Gonna try to grab the 15s. Decides to just stay on for points there. If he hit the second one on the points, he would have definitely gone 15s there. Oh my goodness. Just trying to grab the 15s here. I think Los Fulanos is just completely flustered. Their strategy is completely changed. 18's closed. Then over to the 16s there. Kind of throws his hands up. He's not happy with that visit. It wasn't a particularly impressive one. Very pedestrian, but it's still fine. And now he's throwing at the 16s. I wish he would have thrown up before. As I see someone in the crowd points and basically points at his beer, gives a thumbs up, and then chugs it on camera. The audience is so entertaining for this one. What the heck is going on? I want to be in BullShooter Europe. Why am I in Florida commentating this? I should be out there. This looks like so much fun. Grabs some 17s there. He's just focusing on setting up the points, letting his partner catch up in the closes. Grabs the 7 mark. Not a bad visit. 116 away from taking the pointing away, though. And back to the points. No, he goes for the shot in the 15. I think it's a bit aggressive on that last third. Last third probably could have been used to expand the point difference. 15s can be scored on now. They will be scored on. Finding a 7 mark in there. Entree going to be having to grab some points here before continuing to close. One trip will get the point lead back. So after one trip, you might see a shot at the 15s. But you have to find that trip first. He's going to stay. He does stay for a 7 mark. Good shot there. Los Fulanos back against the wall. And just a single mark there. So yeah, you're gonna expect right now the gentleman walking up for entree to grab his 2 15s and then back to points. Set up his partner for the close. Grabs the 15s, back to points. One more trip would be so kind. Oh, and he kind of overthrows that last start. So last stand on the 15s here before you expect them to go away. Trip here to get the point lead back. Doesn't happen. So yeah, 3 15s now for a big close. And no matter what, they'll be able to shoot their points the next go. So should just close the 15s here. Grabs it on the first start. Onto the Bulls, not wasting any time. And gets a big shot in there, getting the Bulls close, beating them 3 Bulls away from a 3 straight win in this final. Andre Darts has played perfect almost the entire time we've seen them on the stream. Three Bulls here for Entree Darts in the finals. Might switch. I was going to stay double bull. Not quite yet. But he can still play aggressive at those Bulls. Knowing his partner, all he can do now that the Bulls are closed is points. So that's okay to stay on the Bulls there. Double bull needed. Still a good shot. 4 Bulls. So all points here for this gentleman for Entree Darts to make sure his partner gets a clean shot for 2 Bulls. Good find. Can you get one more? Does find a 7 mark, and he gives a fist pump of enjoyment there, knowing that now it's 5 Bulls needed to try to add a dart, or else Los Flaws will get 3 darts for 2 Bulls. He's double. Not going to happen. And deflected out in the last start here. Two bulls for the victory, for the title. Entree darts to go basically undefeated on the stream board. Not quite yet. There it is. Entree darts will be your champions of the Team Cricket Pro event here for your European BullShooter 2024. You can see points to the sponsor and gives a heart. Love that. Entree darts 3-0 win. And wow, this was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun covering the team cricket event. I thought it was so cool to see the different format. And of course, these big personalities here over in Europe. We're going to figure out what's happening next on our live feed here, see if we're covering the mixed doubles, what's going on with that. So give me a quick second, guys. But just in case, I am Nick Teixeira, having a lot of fun covering this one. Hopefully be back in just a moment's time.